Can I just say something about Andrea?
Hey guys, welcome back. Welcome back. I am obviously back home in my studio. It's so much warmer here than it was in New York. Um, Man, that place was cold. That place was cold. I was kind of surprised. Friday before I headed out, I was going for a little walk, just kind of around the south end of the island, and the thing that caught my attention was there were all of these puddles, kind of in the in the curb. I step off the curb and the area of the road right there, and they were all frozen, like frozen solid. I mean, it got cold, so I felt really super bad for the people who slept out on Thursday night in the expectation of getting into court on Friday morning, because court ended up not happening. Apparently, Mr. Mangione was sick, so they did not go forward on Friday. And I guess nobody knew that ahead of time. Everybody seemed to be showing up like ready to go. But I am getting a little ahead of myself, because what I'm here to talk about today, this morning, our hour we have to kill before football. I'll probably go over, but just go ahead and stick around and watch, and then you can skip through the ads. Catch up on the game. Always a challenge to stream on Sundays during football season. But we're here to talk about day 3. Day 3 was Thursday, and I did end up making it back into court. You guys might remember from my last stream, I was like, I can't, guys. I'm almost 50. Like, this whole sleeping out on the street thing, it's just a little challenging, and to be able to do that and still have like the mental, functioning to be able to take the notes and pay attention and so forth, it's just asking a lot of someone in my relative decrepitude. So I just decided I'm not going to sleep out, but what I'll do is I'll get up real early in the morning and head over and kind of see where the line is at. Maybe I'll be able to get in. And as it turned out, I was able to get in, because some people in the line like got their numbers but then didn't show back up. So I got in with a few people to spare. So I was able to both get a decent night's sleep and go in and watch the hearing on Thursday. And I'm awfully glad I did, because yeah, this was not a good day for the state. I'm just going to say that right out. This was not a good day for the state. So you'll remember from my discussion about day 2, had a little bit of criticism for the defense team. I don't know like what the standard pronunciation of her name is, but I see it in the Italian, and it's Agnifilo, like Karen Agnifilo. So that's probably what I'm going to call her. Like, I know that's not like how things get anglicized, but that's what it is. It's Italian. Agnifilo. I had given her a little bit of a hard time because I felt the defense team was being very repetitive with their cross-examination. They were just, going back over the same body cam we'd all already watched. It wasn't, adding a whole lot in many ways. It came across as just sort of unedited. And so the result is that a lot of the good stuff gets buried in a lot of stuff that's extraneous. You run the risk of losing the judge's attention and so forth. So I was a little hard on the defense team on day 2 for that. But then the prosecution upped the ante on day 3 with their choice of witness here. So they called Tyler Frye to testify. Tyler Frye was the second cop, the one who was riding in the car with Detweiler, there to get the benefit of his experience. Not an FTO, okay? He's not a field training officer, but he's just there to learn how to do things better from this more experienced officer. He's 26 years old, and this guy just he has not been refined into the skilled, hard-nosed, difficult to work with police officer witness that a lot of these cops ultimately turn into. So a lot of what he had to offer was also extremely repetitive, right? Because he's there on the same call as Detweiler. So there's a couple points where he's in the restaurant with Luigi while Detweiler is outside or something like that. So there's, a couple sections where I suppose maybe we had to have him testify. But they didn't leave it. They didn't leave it at that. And they used him in a lot of areas where probably somebody more experienced, somebody better for the state might have been a much better call for them. See, the thing is that like just because somebody was there does not mean the state has to call them as a witness. On this motion to suppress, their burden is just to show here's what the circumstances were at the time of the arrest, at the time of the contact, and how that all progressed. And so if there's multiple people that know that, like you don't actually have to call every single one of them. You can really pick and choose. And at the end of the day, I think it was a big mistake for them to call Patrolman Frye for anything more than like the bare minimum of what they needed to get from him that they couldn't have gotten already from Detweiler or from some other witness once they got back to the station. So we will definitely talk about why. In the last stream, we talked a lot about the search incident to arrest, the law that's going to be dealing with. Is it Pennsylvania law? Is it New York law? How it's different? What New York law requires? It's kind of a step above what Pennsylvania requires. It makes it kind of such an interesting legal question in terms of how this motion is going to go. But with Tyler Frye, where things went really south, in my view, is with the inventory search, which is what happened once they got back to the jail. So with that, guys, let's go ahead, just work through the notes. This is I'm going to probably skip over a lot just because so much of it was already repetitive. We've already, we saw some of this guy's body cam during Detweiler's testimony. A lot of this is the same information, same report. We don't need to go over it for like the third, fourth, fifth time. So he started off on the stand, introduced himself, Tyler Frye. First thing the prosecutor asked him, are you a little nervous? You a little nervous today? Yeah, he's a little nervous. Uh-huh. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign for your cop to be a little bit nervous because he's a 26-year-old rookie. That's why he's nervous. He hasn't done this a lot. And he's kind of instantly being transported into this pretty high level, high stakes arena. This is not some come into court and defend your traffic stop and your seatbelt ticket. This is an extremely high profile murder, very significant cutthroat team, defense team, that knows what they're doing and knows how to work their way around a cross-examination of a police officer. Yeah, he's a little nervous. Remember that too, because it's going to come back. The defense is going to riff on that. And it was pretty funny. So he has currently been a patrolman for 2 years, right? Rookie. He was on probation or parole for 1 year after he joined the force. He'd been assigned to the patrol zone with Detweiler that morning. And so at that point in time, this is December 9th of 2024, right? He had been with the APD since January. So he's still on probation. And that's frankly probably why he's not out on his own, by himself. He's being watched by other people on shift. So Detweiler was showing him how to run the traffic stops, and they got this call out to Plank Road. We already know a lot of these details. We heard the radio call, got a call from the manager that a customer said there's a man in there who looks like the New York City shooter. They get the clothing description. They get to McDonald's. They walk in. We know the orientation of the car. They go straight to the back. So we're just starting off watching the same, body cam footage we already seen. So instantly I'm checking out the judge. I want to see how's the judge taking this. This is like the third time he's seen some of this stuff. And so Right. First off, I see the judge he's more attentive than he was the afternoon before. It's first thing in the morning. He's still got a little bit of that coffee energy, haven't gotten into that post-lunch lull. But he doesn't look pleased. He's doing the same kind of like lip tightening types of expressions. It's like a little bit of a grimace, when he's watching the screen that he was doing the afternoon before, when the defense was replaying the body cam. So it really looks like he's not pleased. I don't know why we need to be covering the same thing for multiple times, but that's the call they made. But the judge is at least watching the video at this point. So it's, of course, 9:29:11 is the first time they approach the guy who is sitting in the back. We already know about the contact. Do you mind pulling your mask down real quick? Yeah. What's your name? His name is Mark. We got a call that you were suspicious. You got ID? Yeah. Someone thought you looked like, and then that faded off. They never finished that. Never finished telling him what somebody thought you looked like. That was just a little bit interesting, I thought. The guy that they approached was extremely similar to the description of the man from the CAD description. So then, we know Detweiler asked him to run the ID. So he puts the number through the dispatch. They're checking for the warrants, the license status. If it's fake, they wouldn't get a response back. So we know that. So we hear Frye calling in the number. He says the name wrong. He says it should come back to a Mark Rosiaro. So we already know that we had a little bit of an issue with them not providing the information back correctly over the radio. And this just I noticed this because he's the one who got the name. He's calling it in, but he's got the license. It says Mark Rosario, but he can't pronounce that. He's maybe got some issues with his reading. So it's Mark Rosiaro is how he pronounces it on the radio. Well, no, it won't come back as Mark Rosiaro because that's not the name on the ID. The state has got their great big blow-ups of the New Jersey driver's license back out in evidence. They are so proud of those things. These big, massive, 3 foot by 30 inch roughly. Maybe even bigger. I don't know. Just these big blow-ups of the license on this foam board, So they got those back in the courtroom so he can identify that as the license he was running off of. So he says, normally it just takes a couple minutes for 911 to respond. We see Detweiler doing that initial frisk. Now we see the frisk. We hadn't seen this angle of the frisk before because we saw it from Detweiler's camera. They didn't show us Frye watching Detweiler do the frisk. And so this was a little bit eye-opening to me just because we talked about last time, the rule of a frisk. This is meant to be just a safety check for officers. And so what they're allowed to do is do a brief pat down of your outer clothing to look for weapons or contraband. And what they are not supposed to do is stick their hands in your pocket. They're not supposed to be palpitating things, catch a little thing in your pocket and we try to feel it to be like, ooh, is that drugs or something like that. They're not supposed to be allowed to do that. It's literally just pat them down so that if you feel a gun there real fast or something like that, feel a knife there, and you can follow up on that. So we see Detweiler doing the search, and remember, he had missed that jar of peanut butter in Luigi's pocket. Well, we see him patting down the jacket, and we definitely see him doing some palpitation. Okay, he's squeezing something that looks vaguely peanut butter jar shaped in that right hand pocket in Luigi's jacket. So I just noticed that both because he's not really staying all the way within the lines of the frisk that they're supposed to, which, is frankly not that unusual. It's just the difference between what the law says you're allowed to do and what they actually do in action. but also because him not finding the peanut butter, was kind of a thing. But yet it looked like he actually kind of did find the peanut butter. He just never followed up about it. He didn't ask him what it was. He didn't, didn't do anything. So that was just a little notable to me. So then we have Detweiler stepping outside. This is the point where he says, "Do you want to talk to him for a second?" So now this is the only time when Frye is like alone there with him by himself, the only one who could possibly testify to what's happening. So this, in my view, is like the only thing we might need Frye there for. But here's what happens. So we established the backpack is still down there at Frye's feet. It hasn't been moved at all. They haven't touched it. It's right where Luigi had left it. So remember, Detweiler says you want to talk to him for a second, but they just kind of stand there, and he stands there in like this very awkward silence for a while. This guy's a rookie. He doesn't know. He doesn't know how to handle this situation. And so after this really long, awkward pause, he finally says, "So what's going on, man?" "So what's going on, man?" Luigi's like, what? He's not listening, not paying attention. He asks, "What brings you up here from New Jersey?" And at this point, I couldn't hear clearly what was said. But he says something along the lines of, he doesn't want to talk to me at that time, and he wants to know what we're up to. He doesn't want to talk to you. And he communicates that. I'm going to backpedal just a second to explain why I was having a very hard time hearing a lot of what was going on in the first part of the court. And it's so before court was like formally called into session, we get this announcement by the bailiff, which is kind of becoming routine, right? I'm getting a sense of what their normal practice is. They have the parties there. The judge shows up on a bench. They go over and bring Luigi over from the holding cell and unshackle him and sit him down. And then they like do their bailiff announcement, and the clerk calls the case into order. So anyway, the bailiff is announcing, no photographs, no. Oh, of course I can't forget the photo shoot. They bring Luigi and they unshackle him. They lead the photographers up there to do their freaking photo shoot of him sitting there at the defense table. It's just so bizarre and artificial. I really don't get that at all, but that's what they do there. So he's telling us, the bailiff is telling us, no, no recording, no food, no drinks. If you leave, you got to bring your little, they have this little card they give you that shows you're allowed to be there. And so it's like your golden ticket. So you got to bring your golden ticket with you to get back in. Don't be using your phones, and no conversations. Don't be having conversations. This is still a courtroom, he warns us. Well, the reason why I can't hear anything is because the same freaking bailiff is now sitting right there in front of the door, like 6 feet away from me, having a loud ass conversation with one of his other bailiffs, sitting right there at the door. So, it's just typical rules for thee, not for me. It's apparently not important to maintain the dignity of the courtroom when you're the bailiff. You just stand right there in the middle of things and chit chat so that the people in attendance can't hear. So I couldn't hear exactly what he said, which is unfortunate because this is kind of an important thing. This is kind of an important thing that he said. Something along the lines, this is Frye's description. He said something along the lines of, he doesn't want to talk to me at that time and he wants to know what we're up to. The exact wording is kind of important here because, of course, everybody has a Fifth Amendment right to silence. You have a privilege against self-incrimination. You do not have to speak to police at any time in a criminal investigation. But whether you have actually invoked that or not is one of these areas of the law where there's just a lot of a lot of rules that like apparently everybody is supposed to know. The ins and outs. So like actually not speaking, just not speaking, you have the right to not speak, so you don't speak. That is technically not an invocation of your right to silence under the Fifth Amendment. So it doesn't stop them from, continuing to try. But if you do invoke, your invocation has to be unambiguous. And if you invoke unambiguously your right to remain silent, then they are supposed to cease all questioning at that point in time. And if they don't do that, then anything you say is, potentially not admissible against you. It's not evidence of guilt in a subsequent criminal prosecution. So the exact words really matter because courts have been all over the place with what constitutes an unambiguous invocation. If you say, I think I should stay silent, they're going to say that's ambiguous. The I think is a qualifier. Maybe I should. I'm probably going to. All of these kind of verbal throat clearing things that people say in the moment. And in part because, you're trying to be polite to this officer. You're not trying to be aggressive, because if you're aggressive with a police officer, then they tend to treat you a little bit differently, and it might actually put you in some kind of risk. So most people aren't going to be like, I am invoking my Fifth Amendment right to silence. You're just not going to do that. You're going to try to soften it a little bit. But the problem with that is that it may very well make your invocation make it ambiguous. And then they'll say, well, that's not really an invocation. So if the police continue to hammer at you and ask you a bunch of questions, then that's just all fine. So the words here are really important. Don't know exactly what it was. Don't know if it's going to be, a clear and unambiguous invocation or not. Saying he doesn't want to talk to me at that time seems pretty definitive. It doesn't have that qualifier of, well, I think I should maybe, as in like, maybe I won't, but doesn't want to talk to me. Is that the same thing as invoking your right to silence? Really don't know. The language is going to matter there. And we don't know. I don't know what that specific language was. So Frye, in response to that, tells him, we got a call that you're suspicious. And he said, I'm just trying to use the Wi-Fi. I'm just trying to use the Wi-Fi. And Frye says, it doesn't mean you did anything wrong. We just got a call. And then he, keeps doing the chit-chatting. You from Jersey? Mm-hmm. You visiting family? We don't really get an answer for that. Ask him what he's doing in Altoona. And then we go back to Detweiler. Detweiler is back. He's come back inside. So they repeat, you visiting the family. He really doesn't answer. So then they read back the Mark Rosario ID. The dispatch reads it back to confirm that it had been provided correctly, even though he said it wrong. Mark Rosiero. They apparently read it back and confirmed, yes, that is the same data that is there on the license. So then we, continue with the conversation that we already know about. You got family down here or what? No, I'm homeless. You've been up to New York lately or not? No. So, and we're just trying to confirm your ID, get you out of here. How long you been here? McDonald says you've been here a while. I don't know, maybe 40 minutes. And I think they have a policy. If you're here too long, then they call us. Same stuff we already know about. They don't have a policy. This is all a ruse. They're just giving him false information. We got the CVS bag on the table in front of him that we already know about, just identifying that it's there. Don't know what was in the bag. Asked if he learned later what was in the CVS bag. He doesn't remember. So this is going to maybe turn out to be a little bit important when we get to our little chit chat about the inventory search. So back to what brought him to Altoona from Jersey. This is like the third time they've asked him, what are you doing in Altoona, Pennsylvania? What's here? And he says, I've been here for a little bit. Asking me from Jersey or somewhere else. Yeah, DMV. We already know about the DMV, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia area. The judge, I'm still watching the judge through all this because, we're back to the stuff we already know and have already heard. The judge is like making these kind of chewing like chewing sort of motions with his mouth. Doesn't look pleased. Detweiler saying, we've been out here 6 times in the past week for the same thing. People been there too long, and we already know that's a lie. And Luigi says, this says 8:55. He's looking at the receipt. So he's been there just barely over half an hour. Come on, Blair. We know this. We're watching through yet again them standing around for 10, 15 minutes waiting to get confirmation of his identification, waiting for the thing to move forward. Luigi asks, "What can I do next time to not get hassled?" I think is what he said, but at least that's what he meant. I don't know what his actual word was, but Detweiler's like, well, maybe just don't stay as long next time. Just, the management does their thing. So we're listening to Jingle Bell Rock now, right? And the Christmas music has started up. It's been some other just kind of, jazzy, kind of hip hoppy, kind of R&B before that. But now we get into the Christmas music. And of course, we know Detweiler is whistling along with the Jingle Bell Rock. That starts. So at this point, they have called in twice to the dispatch with the ID number. They haven't gotten a reply yet. And now is when Hanley shows up, right? So now we've got this third officer on the scene, and there are only going to be more and more cops showing up. So we start to reach the point where I'm not sure what we need Officer Frye for. I really don't. We got a lot of other people, to the extent we need them, that can show up and answer a lot of this, because this guy is he's the low man on the totem pole. He is a total rookie. And yeah, he's going to cause some problems for the state. But Hanley's there now. So they reiterate what we already heard from Detweiler, that they never told Luigi he was under arrest or that he was free to leave. They just they didn't say anything about any of that. They said nothing about him shooting Brian Thompson. Nobody took out their gun. So now we have the point where Detweiler moves the backpack on the ground. He had been standing right by it the entire time. It's just right there at his feet. He's aware of it. Says he was aware of it from the time that they walked in. But they, didn't do anything to move it at that point, until we're at 9:40 something. So they've been there for about 15 minutes. Defense is gonna hammer on some of this. So, same stuff. Hanley is over by the door. He's reading the ID back again to dispatch. So this is now the third time they're reading the Mark Rosario information back to the dispatch. We see some more cops in. We got Sergeant Burns doing the pat gesture. Did you pat him down? Detweiler told us about that. There's some other cops show up. Trent's there now. McCoy walks in. Detweiler says, McCoy, come stand right here by him. And so McCoy comes over and stands near the bag. At this point, it's 9:42:35, and this is the point where Luigi is done eating. So Luigi is done eating. He wipes his mouth off. He sticks his napkin in the bag. He takes off his beanie. He runs his hand through the hair, and then he just kind of sits back with his arms crossed in the corner. I noticed that Luigi is this very organized. He's very organized. So for anybody who is kind of wondering, I mentioned this briefly last time, or one of the earlier videos from his, his writings and stuff. There was initial speculation real early on. Is there going to be some kind of psychiatric defense? Did he have a psychotic break or something like that? He does not fit that pattern whatsoever, because if there's one characteristic of something like schizophrenia, a psychotic disorder, it's disorganization. Just, things that are not clearly connected, being connected and overlapping and jumping from place to place, and not particularly linear. Luigi is extremely organized, and you see this in the way that he picks up the napkin, okay, folds it perfectly in half, wipes his mouth with it, and then slides it cleanly into the bag, This is not like a, just like messy, smearing things around, stuffing it around, like folding, like carefully folding and placing. I just kind of noticed that because it stood out, the kind of organized tidiness of it really caught my attention. And the other thing that of course comes up with this bag and these napkins, the McDonald's stuff. I can't remember if I mentioned it last time, but I know I mentioned it like on Twitter at least. Once they take him into custody, one of the things they start doing, they just grab all that and throw it away. They just grab all that and throw it away. Nobody apparently recognized that there is potentially some pretty significant evidentiary value to someone's saliva on a napkin. It's going to have some DNA in it. This is potentially an independent source of Luigi Mangione's DNA that you could use to compare to the DNA that was recovered from the items at the crime scene and so forth. And this is a backup in case maybe this whole issue with the search of the backpack and the Miranda warnings and so forth, in case that maybe takes your whole case sideways and you don't end up being able to use that or anything that's derived from that. One of the things that's going to be derived from that is a search warrant for Luigi Mangione's DNA to be able to go in and get a swab from him to use as comparison to the crime scene samples. This is potentially an alternative source. So if they couldn't use, hey, your backpack search was bad, you can't rely on that to get a warrant for his DNA, so you can't use his DNA, and all those comparisons are out. Had they just kept this McDonald's bag with the trash in it? Trash is abandoned. Trash is treated as abandoned property. You don't need a warrant for it. They can, they can go through. You leave your trash at the curb, they can go through it and take it. It's one of the sources that they got from the scene at in Manhattan as well was trash that the shooter had left. So, gotta wonder if in hindsight they're looking at this as maybe a lost opportunity, missed opportunity. But not these cops, because honestly, these cops, they didn't figure out there's like 13 of them at the scene by the time he's taken under arrest. And none of them apparently stopped to think, like detectives and the lieutenant, like these high level people, and not a single one apparently stopped to think, maybe we should collect that as potential evidence. They don't. So it probably, frankly, still hasn't even crossed their mind. So anyway, he has very neatly wiped his mouth and set his napkin back in the bag. So now, remember, Detweiler went back outside. We're seeing a little bit more video from that's new from the perspective of those who are still inside, but it's McCoy, right? So we don't necessarily need Frye for this. We got McCoy in there. We've got Burns in there now. We've got Trent in there now. We got like other people. We got lots of other cops. We could have maybe been a little bit more selective with who we chose to get a lot of this information from. So McCoy asks, do you have any weapons on you or anything? He does not. Frye does not know what Luigi said in response. McCoy asks, is this your property here? He's referring to his backpack. He says, yes. So McCoy then, we now, question before had been, Detweiler had moved the backpack kind of on the ground. He'd like put it behind him on the ground. But then he went outside, and when he came back in, we see the backpack is up on the table. So now we know where that happened. It's McCoy that did that. Ask him, is it your property? Luigi says yes. That's potentially really important from the question of standing. The whole issue of he's got to show an expectation of privacy in the area searched. So he is apparently here claiming the backpack. So they move it over to the other table. Asked if he picked up something else, doesn't recall. So then we watch the video. And remember, we had confusion about the laptop because Detweiler came in and said, we saw him on a laptop in the back, but then we're like looking around on the table and in the video and stuff. We don't see a laptop anywhere. Well, it is apparently on the chair. It has been set on the chair that's like at the end of the table. So there's like 2 across from Luigi, 2 on Luigi's side, 1 at the end. It seems to be over there on that end chair. So they pick up the laptop as well and put it over on the table with the bag. So they're continuing to chit chat, and they hadn't heard back from Blair on the ID yet. So McCoy asks, do you know what all this nonsense is about? Right? They're trying to downplay it, trying to make him seem like, oh, this is much ado about nothing. We're just here to do our jobs. But you can kind of tell Luigi is starting to get suspicious. And his answer is, we're going to find out, I guess. We're going to find out, I guess. Huh. Interesting answer. So they asked if he walked here. He says, yes, it's raining. McCoy now also moves the CVS bag off of Luigi's table over to the other table as well. And we start to see the cops that had gone outside coming back in. Remember, this is when Detweiler and Trent and Hanley are all out there, and they're looking through Trent's phone at the pictures of the guy from New York. And he's like, no, there's better pictures. 100% sure it's the guy. It's when that conversation is happening. So they all come back in now. Fox also now comes in. So we got more cops showing up. Hanley is in the back again on the phone or the radio. You can't really hear it. You can just see that that's what's going on. So then Detweiler comes over and does the warning. You gave us the fake name. You're under official police investigation. If you give us fake information again, you're going to be arrested. So is that your real name? No, sir. Now Luigi throughout has been very polite, and even in court, he's very polite to the law enforcement. So I noticed the sir. No, sir. That's what some parents teach their kids, to be respectful like that. Use their sir and ma'ams. So he was very respectful. No, sir. What's your real name? Long pause. Luigi. Spells it out for him, gives his date of birth. All of that information is correct. Why'd you lie about your name? I clearly shouldn't have. Second time. Now, Frye is the one who asked him the second time, why do you lie? And he says, that's the ID I had in my wallet. And then he's told Mirandize him. Doesn't remember who said that. I think we found out before it was Trent, but I don't recall 100% now. I don't want to flip back through my notes from day 2. But Fox tells him you're not in custody at this point. So they're Mirandizing him, but also trying to tell him you're not in custody at this point. Well, these are contradictory things, right? Because we already know the Miranda warnings are required when you are going to be subject to a custodial interrogation. And that's really going to be one of the big fact questions in this case, is at what point were they required to Mirandize him? Were they required to do it earlier? Were they maybe not even required to do it when they did? It's all very unclear. And we talked about that last time, the whole, like, they can detain you under Terry where you're not free to leave, but it's not like a custodial detention. So they're not required to give you Miranda warnings. And that's why they don't have to give you a Miranda warning when they stop your car and ask you, do you know how fast you were going? Right? You're not free to leave when the police pull you over. You're going to get arrested for felony eluding if you try to leave when the police are pulling you over. But they can ask you those questions without giving you Miranda warnings. So point of that just being, perception of or even just the reality of not being free to leave isn't dispositive on whether they're required to do it. It's a very fact intensive type of question. But so Mirandize him, but you're not in custody. These are contradictory things. You don't have to give him Miranda if he's not in custody. So it seems like they're, just CYAing a bit, trying to kind of have it all ways, What the police officers say about your status, by the way, is not definitive at all. It's because they can lie to you. Police can lie to you, and they can also be wrong. Their opinions about the law are, you know, they're just opinions, and quite frankly, they are often wrong. They're often not correct. So it's a situation where the judge is going to look at all these circumstances and decide it for himself independently. Okay, when did this cross the line of being a restraint of the degree that's associated with a formal arrest? Like that's kind of the black line rule that is real clear at that point. Miranda has to be read. But what facts establish that? Very specific to the case. And it's going to be the judge that decides it, not this guy Fox saying, oh, but you're not in custody. So at this point now, McCoy is running the Luigi Mangione name and date of birth through the dispatch. Tell him again, anything, so we're watching another video. We're watching this over again, repetitive. Anything you say from this point is false or be arrested. Why did you have a fake ID? We don't hear the answer. The judge is like looking over at the door at this point. We're back to the judge is showing his extreme lack of interest in seeing all this repetitive stuff over and over again. So they tell him, stand up, I'm going to pat you down. Sure. And at this point, he's cuffed. Now, from my perspective, if absolutely nothing else, the cuffing is a black line. Like once you're cuffed, you're probably going to need to be read your Miranda rights, because most people are going to associate having your hand cuffed behind your back with being arrested, right? Even if that's not officially, what your status is at this point. Most people are going to think that's what it is. I'm handcuffed. I'm under arrest. But the question is really going to be, what about before that? So they call in. I think it's McCoy that calls in. They want dispatch to mark 1 in detention. And so they're explaining that means that this is just an investigation so far. He could still end up free to go. They put him in handcuffs while the investigation is continuing. They're describing Terry types of circumstances, a Terry investigation. And it's their policy to alert 911 when they detain somebody or when they take somebody into custody. So to kind of formalize their announcement of that status, at least as far as their perspective of it goes. So at this point now we see a knife on the table. And remember Detweiler, of course, had frisked him before, had recovered nothing. Fox or McCoy or somebody, is frisking him again now. Asked him to, stand up. I'm going to pat you down. And so they have recovered a knife. It is on the table. We see that. And they're explaining, well, they'd been there since, 9:20 something, which he calls it 9:15. We've been there about, they got there. He's asked, like, when did you get there? We got there about 9:15. Dude, you just watched the freaking video with timestamps. You guys got there at 9:27. You're like you're 15 minutes off. But these cops just, they're not smart. They're not observant. They have, the memory of a goldfish. They're just, gaslighters who will say what's in their interests. I have a big question mark in the margin of my notes here. Like, why would you say that? Why would you say that? We saw the timestamp like a gazillion times. The judge has seen it so many times, and he's like, trying to keep his eyes open because he's so bored now, because he already knows you guys got there at 9:27 from the 8 times we've seen the body cam that shows that. But no, he's going to tell us 9:15. Why? Because there will be no consequences for him exaggerating in that direction. So Frye then picks up the knife. He puts it over with his other property. Guy walks in and takes a photo of Luigi. This is identified as, I think his name is Andy Chris, and he is the one who works for the Attorney General's office. Ask him if he's ever been in trouble before. I didn't hear the answer to this the first time. And then another question, I think, about where he's from, and he's or where the ID is from, and now he says Maryland. So they're reading back with Luigi, confirming the spelling, and this officer, Fox or McCoy, whichever one it was, is saying, I can't read his writing. So Frye can't read, right? Can't pronounce. Also can't write in a way that's that other people can read. At one point, we do, because they play this back. Of course they do. We see the same video multiple times. So after he says that I can't read his writing, the next time we see that part of the video happening where he's taking down Luigi's information, I'm trying to look at his notebook, and it is a bad scrawl. It's a really illegible bunch of lumps. So I kind of understand that, but not particularly helpful, guys. If you need to be sharing information with your fellow officers, you could maybe try to make it legible. This is just not covering the Altoona Police Department in glory at all. And so there's something about he's positive for ID, and they say okay. So I think that means confirming with the dispatch that Luigi Mangione from Maryland does come back in the system, where the Mark Rosario had not. So we can see Luigi right now, and he's starting to shift kind of foot from foot. He's standing as his hands are cuffed behind his back. But he's not standing there still. He's doing the shift back to back. That can mean a lot of different things. But to me, the way I read it was, a little bit of nervous anticipation is growing. He's catching on, that this is not just some cops showing up because he's been in McDonald's for a little long, and they need to hassle him a little bit and send him on his way. There's a whole slew of them in here now, and they've got him in handcuffs. And this is a little bit of a more serious situation. We have Fox now moving one of those chairs kind of back across the room out of the way. Trent is reading back the 911 dispatch response with McCoy, and they're saying possibly something out of Maryland. It's back up to 9:56:18, and now we see Luigi saying, can I ask why there's so many cops here? Can I ask why there's so many cops here? The shifting? Yeah, he understands. You don't have a dozen cops showing up at McDonald's because some guy's been sitting there too long. Like nobody's going to buy that. So he's getting very suspicious. And McCoy says, oh, we're just trying to figure it out. Blow him off, not giving him a real response. The prosecutor, I just made a note at this point. The prosecutor says, now we're going to go back to your body worn camera, which is this number. But that is what we have been watching the entire time. We've already been watching his body camera. His little second chair prosecutor, whose name I don't know, but younger guy, is the one who runs the tech from the laptop. He's got to call him over, make sure he knows. We're already watching that one, dude. So I don't know what you thought we were watching, but you don't even have a very good organization of your own evidence. You're not really keeping track of it. So now at 9:58 exactly, we're seeing he's being placed under arrest, and they start to do the search. McCoy takes all that McDonald's stuff with his bare hands, puts it in the bag, throws the bag in the trash, doesn't collect any of it. Fox asks Luigi, anything in that bag we need to know about? Frye doesn't remember what he said. Remember, all of these other cops could testify to this. Frye could be Fox could be testifying to this, and he would probably know what the answer to that question was. So Frye is really useless in a lot of ways as a witness to this circumstance, because he doesn't remember a whole bunch of things, or he didn't hear, or wasn't paying attention, whatever. But for some reason, we're going through all of this with every single witness. We see Wasser and Fox searching the backpack again. It's after, they've announced he's under arrest and they're doing the search and so forth. And they've, decided formally he's under arrest now. So we see the search from Frye's side now, from his perspective. He's holding Luigi's right arm. He's searching over on his right side. Pulls the one black glove out of his right jacket pocket. He pulls out the jar of peanut butter. Pulls out a little ball of cord or string, is how he describes it. It looks like paracord. It's like a little short, maybe a shoelace, something like that. But it's that kind of round, braided cord, not very long. Says it's very common to search somebody when they're being arrested. This is not unusual at all. It's very common what they do. They search through the pockets of his jacket, his pants, and his waistline. McCoy is over on the front. Detweiler is on the left. They've got the beanie over on the table, some type of blue wallet, which of course is not anything Frye recovered. It was over on the other side. Here, Detweiler say there's some change here. At this point, they ask, how far away is Wasser with the backpack doing the search? He says she's about 2 feet away. This is, again, another exaggeration. 2 feet. 2 feet is, roughly that. Like, it's roughly this length of my screen. Slightly wider than the width of, one human body. Maybe not if you got some hips on you. Like a skinny person, the width of a skinny person. And there's easily, room for a person between, where they are, where Luigi is, where the Frye to the right himself is taking up that much space. Then there is the table. Then the bag is like kind of slightly back on the table. But they want to put him close to the backpack. So they're going to exaggerate this down. He's about 2 feet away. And I also couldn't help but notice, made a little note in my margin here. They didn't ask him about how close is Luigi to the backpack at any point in time, except for this right here. And they cherry picked it, right? They cherry picked it. I mean, I could give them the benefit of the doubt and say, well, because this is the time of the arrest. And so this is the time that's legally significant for purposes of the search incident to arrest analysis. Whether he was near the backpack before he got arrested may not really matter. The issue is, under the justification, the arrest makes the situation volatile. So if there is something nearby that belongs to him that might have a weapon he could get to, evidence he could potentially grab and dispose of, that's what justifies doing that arrest. So, I can understand that's the reason why, but it also just conveniently happens to be the point in time when you've picked him up, moved him over here into this aisle between the tables. It's when he is the closest to that backpack. So that just works out a little bit conveniently for the state. And then they say, let's go, and take him out of the restaurant. It's now 10 minutes and 10 o'clock and 55 seconds. And so now we go back and we're looking at somebody else's body cam. I think it's McCoy's body cam. Watching the same incident again for the gazillionth time. The judge now is having a little chit chat with the clerk. He's having a little chat with the clerk, looking around at what's on his desk. Yep. Prosecutor, you have fallen into the trap that the defense fell into last night. He's seen this already so many times, doesn't care. You're losing whatever the value was, your nuggets and all of this by not editing your presentation and just presenting him the stuff that matters, drowning him in repetitive stuff. So we see McCoy gathering up the food wrappers and throwing them away, asking, is there anything in that bag we need to know about? And I do not hear an audible response to that answer. Frye acknowledges he did not see the blue wallet come out of Luigi's pocket at the time. We see McCoy removing this folded up piece of paper. tossing it over. We hear now Detweiler saying, "Got a lot of change here." So Detweiler ends up taking the beanie, and then we're back to let's go. Oh, that wasn't even McCoy's. That was somebody else's, because now we're going to go watch the same thing again now from McCoy's body camera. And so at this point, the judge, he's still talking to his clerk, but he's really doing the tight lip thing now. He like glances up at the screen. It's like he sees what it is, makes his face. We're watching the same thing once again from another perspective that we'll probably also watch when McCoy testifies, right? We'll watch it again. So they're saying we can take him in for custody, section 4104, and Frye explains that's the criminal code in Massachusetts for a type of forgery. And so McCoy called into the radio center. That's what he's doing to report, the change in status now. He'd been detained previously. Now they're reporting he's in custody. So we see Wasser start to search the bag. He reiterates defendant is about 2 feet away. We have a much better angle from McCoy's body camera because it's out in front. And I have in my notes, not even close. Like my eyeball estimate is easy 5'6" feet. There's a gap, there's a person, there's the chair, and then there's the table, and then the backpack is like back on the table. So easy 5 to 6 feet in my estimation. He says Lieutenant Hanley at this point is about 10 feet away from the search. He's facing back towards it. They're trying to elicit this to point out that, this is the supervisor. He's the most knowledgeable. He's the one in charge of the scene. And so he clearly thinks that this is all okay. He's aware that it's happening. He's looking back in that direction. So there's nothing here that's causing any kind of concern to the guy that's in charge. So McCoy is doing the search from the front. We see him, doing the pat down, kind of pulls up the shirt to check the waistband, pulls the paper out, etc. At 10 o'clock and 53 seconds, Fox is displaying something from Luigi's backpack, something he pulled out of the backpack, and we can't see what it is. It's like long and narrow. When I say long and narrow, I mean like maybe like 4 inches long and maybe, 2.5 inches wide. It looks very thin. Like my first thought when I saw it was, oh, is that the magazine? But it looks too small to be a magazine, but it's really not clear what it was. He's just showing it off. So they're probably going to need to ask Fox what that was. So now we transition to taking Luigi over to the station. We've already seen a lot of this before as well. Very little conversation in the car. Drive took about 10 minutes. He asked for their names and asked what they talked about. Frye says he apologized for the inconvenience. And Frye responds, well, that fake ID was a bit ridiculous. We heard that statement before, the day before when we heard this part of his body cam, but we hadn't heard if Luigi said anything to kind of prompt that. And so now he's telling us that Luigi apologized for the inconvenience, but we really didn't hear that. We have our recess. And now we go back. Now we go back because we haven't watched all this stuff enough. We didn't elicit what we needed at the time. Apparently, we go back to 9:32:10. Back in the restaurant. They've been there for 5 minutes. Detweiler is going out, and he is standing next to the bag. He's basically like the wall is on one side, the back wall is on one side, and then there's him, and then the bag is kind of next to him towards the door. So that's kind of the orientation of things. He says Luigi is about a foot from the bag at this point in time. It's more like 2 to 3 feet at this point in time. Then we skip ahead to the body-worn camera from the precinct. So we see him being processed at the intake area at the station. We saw some of this with Detweiler's testimony, but a fair amount of this is going to be new. Remember yesterday we talked about yesterday, I mean, just on Wednesday's hearing, they parked way out in the parking lot and like walked all the way back. And it was like, what was the deal with that? Well, Frye gives us an explanation for that. And he tells us it's because we parked at the assigned spot for the cruiser. So each cruiser, apparently, each one has a number, and each numbered cruiser has an assigned parking spot. And so they just went to the assigned spot, which is apparently way the heck out in the parking lot. That's his explanation for why they went so far. So we see him walking back. We already seen this. The officer working the intake is called the turnkey officer. That's their slang for him, the turnkey officer. This is that Officer Homan that we saw a little bit the first time. And so Frye went in to assist with the inventory search or the paperwork. So first he tells us, this is where things start to maybe go a little bit south for the state here. So he confirms there is a policy for inventory searches for Altoona. This is kind of one of the questions, because you don't necessarily have to have a written policy or procedure in order for an inventory search to be valid, but you just expect one. It would be kind of unusual for a police department not to have a policy for how to do this type of thing, because again, the purpose of the inventory search is to protect them from liability, from claims that, hey, I came in with $5,000 in my pocket, and when I left, that money was all gone. One of you guys stole all my money. So you have a policy to make sure that things are done consistently, so that when somebody makes that claim, you can say, well, they followed the policy, and here's how it did, and here's how we know that that's not what happened. So there is a policy, and the policy is to do a complete search of the prisoner's person and property when they are booked into jail. This is, again, fairly normal. So they are permitted one layer of clothing in the cell. Any extra clothing is stored in a property locker. They are not allowed to have necklaces or jewelry with them. Necklaces are what he calls choking hazard. So under the policy, the bag would be searched, and this is important. Typically, it's done in front of them. They do these inventory searches in the presence of the prisoner. And that is a smart policy, because that is for everybody's protection. You can then come back and say, we did this inventory search in front of him. We called everything out. We wrote it all down. He never said there was anything that we missed. Never pointed out anything else in the bag that maybe we should have been aware of, that we didn't know was there. Nothing like that. There was a sort of, I don't know, lawyer-like little exchange here where the prosecutor asks him this extremely leading question. So, with doing the search in front of the defendant, what protection does that offer the Altoona Police Department against theft claims? So this is objective 2, and it's sustained. And so the prosecutor comes back and says, well, so what's the purpose of doing the search like this? And he says the purpose is to ensure nothing was stolen. And the judge smiles at this. This is the game, guys. This is the game. He asked this extremely leading question so that he can throw out the softball to the witness. Here's what you're supposed to answer. It's about protecting from theft claims. And he caught the softball on this occasion. The Officer Frye, rookie as he is, he caught the softball. Oh, he's going to ask me about the purpose. That's the open-ended way to do it. I would otherwise have no idea what he's talking about and may not even know what the purpose is. But since he's told me it's for protection against theft claims, he can say, well, it's to ensure nothing gets stolen. So the judge smiles. This is the game. It's amusing. It's amusing to the lawyers in the court. And so, yes, the defendant can see what's being removed, and that is standard. That is the standard way they do these searches. Guys, That's going to be real important. And I'll just go ahead and give you the spoiler alert now, because that's not what they do here. It's not what they do in this case. It's really not helpful. Really not helpful. So now we go to Austin. I think his name is Austin Homan. We haven't seen him yet, but he's the turnkey officer. It's a little bit after 10 o'clock. There's an ambulance in the corner for a homeless gentleman who was, quote, throwing a fit, unquote. This is how Frye described it. He had needed to go to the hospital for further medical evaluation. It had nothing to do with Luigi's case. They're just explaining like why this ambulance is there and things are loud and some other things are going to happen. So we see Detweiler, Frye, and Luigi entering the building at this point on Homan's body-worn camera, place the beanie on the table. They're now talking. Did you get an ID on him? And here, did you figure out which one it was? Figure out which one it was. So Frye explains they need his name and his date of birth to process him. And they can go off the name they give and just further verify that. Like, they don't necessarily need a further ID. They have ways to be able to verify just an oral, a verbal identification. But he says the problem here is that he gave two different names. So that's what they're going to rely on with the issue with needing to get formal identification and able to confirm who he was so that they can book him correctly and enter it all correctly. So we identify some of who's present in the frame. We have Deputy Chief Swope. We have, I think, Lieutenant Houston. We have Detweiler there. His name again, he identifies himself, Luigi Mangione. While they're doing this initial part, we see the guy who was quote unquote throwing the fit, being wheeled out on, the cart, the paramedic cart. And then we hear Luigi saying, no, they have the passport and it's in the bag. And someone's saying they took it out. So they're going back over his personal information, his date of birth. He gives a social security number. He's still being very respectful. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. Kind of stuff. Got your social? Yes, sir. He does. Right-handed or left? He's right-handed. Wear glasses at all? No, he doesn't. What color are your eyes? He thinks for a second, brown. So they're telling him now he's only allowed to have one layer of clothing on in the holding cell. And so they you just kind of see Frye having a chat with him about that. Somebody asks, what's your ID? And he says, what's that? And then we can't hear anything else after that part of the body cam. So we're starting to see the property on the table now. It's his clothing, it's his beanie, it's the contents of the beanie. He's still being asked these questions. You married at all? No. It's a weird way to ask the question, but I think what they're getting at is maybe because, divorced is a status. So have you been married before? Whatever. No, his status is single. Have all your teeth. This is unfortunately a very important jail question to ask because they need to know if you have a bridge or if you have dentures or something like that. Why? Because they will take them from you. They'll take them from you because they could be a weapon, they could be a choking hazard, whatever. People in jail typically don't get to keep their teeth. Yeah, it's very, very humane, dignified system we have back there. He says, asked about any military service. No. Been arrested at all? No. So this is another thing. Of course, they're going to be able to confirm this through likely through NCIC because if he's been arrested, then they go through this whole process. He gets booked in. That information gets registered. So they track arrests and they track the disposition of those arrests as well. And it would show in the NCIC, you got arrested on this day in this area for this charge by this agency. And here's what ultimately happened to it. So they tell him he can't have his necklace on. So he takes off his necklace and it has a USB. It's like a chain that has a USB on it. So we're going to get to the photographs in a little bit, but I do want to note that some of this evidence has since been unsealed. I'm just going to wait and talk about that, in more detail when we get to that point. But there is a photograph now that's publicly available, from their evidence that shows this this necklace with the like USB thumb drive on it. He also had a watch that they took off and put on the table, asked him where he's born. We didn't hear the answer. What's your home address? He says, he doesn't have an answer. So they say, well, is there somewhere you get mail? And he gives them an answer, and that is redacted. We don't know what that is. No, the zip code, that is also redacted. Phone number, and then he gives some answer that is also redacted. Are you employed anywhere? He says, not currently. Any scars, marks, or tattoos? No. Luigi is a rare, untattooed person in the United States today. Gotta personally give some props for that. So now we're sort of watching from the side, and in the background, we kind of see and hear Wasser come in. She's the lady cop who did the search of the bag over at the McDonald's. And Wasser says, there's a gun. Wasser says there's a gun, according to Frye. Now, Frye only remembers this from watching the video. He doesn't remember this in real time. So that's his testimony, that Wasser is back there saying there's a gun. They ask him if he's got an emergency contact. He says no. If he's got any medical conditions or medications, no. They are now like making him, start to take off his layers. They've got this redacted. We are not watching Luigi, take his clothes off on camera. It's like, got the fuzzy block so you don't really see. But so he starts to kind of pull his pants off and then pulls them back down. Why? Because he's still got cuffs on. He can't, remember his ankle is cuffed to the wall. He can't take his pants on with his ankle cuffed. So they go in and do this whole arrangement where they come in and cuff his hands back up, but then unshackle his leg so that this police officer can then take his pants off. So they do, and they ask him, Sergeant Houston, it's Sergeant, I guess, not Lieutenant. Sergeant Houston asks him if he wants to stay in his long johns or his blue jeans, and he says his jeans. So they tell him, you're going to have to switch him. He's going to have to take his jeans off, take his long johns off, put his jeans back on. So they do that. Frye does that for him, while he's cuffed. Then they tell him, put the hands on the wall. And then we hear them talking about doing an in-depth search. An in-depth search. We're going to do an in-depth search. This is a nice euphemism. Quite a euphemism. Because as Frye describes it, what this means is that while they are there in the intake area, they make them naked and do a more intense search. This is a strip search. So they turn off the body-worn camera for this. Again, we don't see this. Nobody needs to see it. It's not something we need to be watching. This is not a standard process for booking someone into the Altoona jail. Now, I will tell you, from a federal constitutional law standard, the rule is they can strip search anybody who's being booked into jail. Strip search is considered somewhat invasive, but it's non-contact. This is not like the old school, body cavity search. They're not like reaching in anywhere. This is all looking. So according to the Supreme Court, this isn't really that intrusive. So they're allowed to do it for security reasons anytime somebody is booked into a jail. Just part of the great system that we have in this country. But that is not normal. They do not routinely strip search people being booked in Altoona. They need supervisor authority to be able to do this type of search. So we don't know who at this point, gave that authority, thought that this needed to be done. Person hasn't been identified it yet. Might have been Houston, might have been Swope. We don't know. There's some, supervisor level folks who are there already that we know about. But Frye emphasizes no, they do not do in-depth searches very often. So they gave him some special treatment with that. We go back now to we're watching somebody else's camera. I think we're back to watching Homan's camera. So Homan is watching Frye over with Luigi. And Luigi says something to him, and you hear Frye say, "We're doing a strip." Yeah. So Luigi is, getting the sense of what's happening. And he has an expression, while they're having this conversation it's like the incredulous smile. It's like it looks like a smile, but it's not happy. It's more of like a grimace, like you got to be kidding me. This is what we're doing, kind of a smile. Yep, that's what we're doing, he tells him. So Houston then tells Homan to stand outside so that nobody else, to basically block the door so that nobody walks in while they're doing this search. And that's standard. So he's outside for a little bit. And then when he comes back in, we see Luigi is putting his clothes back on. The in-depth search, just for those of you that want to know kind of the details of what they're doing and what that means, it's the full nude. They will have you lift your own genitals for men, so that they can look and make sure nothing's tucked in there. For women, they will do the same thing with the breasts. Then they will typically make you bend over and spread them. They don't touch you themselves, but they're gonna get a good look. And then they do the squat and cough. And the squat and cough is because if you are stashing anything in what they call the old prison purse, it's probably not going to stay there under that pressure in that particular position. So it's gonna give them it's gonna move things around enough that they'd be able to spot, oh, he's got something stashed up in there. This might be a little bit more detail than anybody wants to hear, but hey, this is the reality of the the jail, the police system that we have. This is how people get treated. Perhaps not routinely in this particular jail, but this is routine in a lot of different facilities. So that is very likely what the process was here that he was put through. So they asked, came back to, do you have no emergency contact info? Nobody to call if you have a medical emergency? And now he says yes, and he gives his mother's name and gives her address. Says it's in Maryland. Gives a phone number. All of these are redacted. So now they go back to some of this bio information. Are you employed anywhere? He says not currently, no. Asked what's his last one. He says TrueCar. And they ask what's that? And he says it's a software engineering company. So you're employed for about how long? He says, thinks about it for a minute, about a year. So then they say that should do it. We have kind of a bunch of cop voices in the background talking about poopy pants. And so Frye explains to us that the homeless guy who'd been taken out on the stretcher earlier, he had defecated in his cell. So they weren't going to put Luigi in that particular cell. We hear somebody saying his poop pants are still out in the hallway. Yep, jail life is just great. Jail is a whole environment, guys. It really is. Really is. So now Luigi is putting his socks back on. He says, Frye says the intake is now complete, and we see them leading him into the back. They take him like through this series of hallways, end up putting him in a holding cell over on the left-hand side. It's, they call it a holding cell, but like if you are thinking about kind of the old movie or like the Law and Order type of scene where it's like, open bars and a whole bunch of people in there and stuff like that. No, it's not that. It's like any other cell. It's a wall, fluorescent lights, a door, heavy metal door, small little window, up at the top is probably the only source of natural, meaning the fluorescent light from outside coming in. It's just like any other cell. So that is the end of the intake as he describes it. And yeah, what's missing from that? What's missing from that? What's missing from that is the search of the bag in front of Luigi. The search of the bag in his possession, consistent with their inventory policy to do it in front of the person so that there's no mistake about what that bag contains and everybody is adequately protected against potential claims of theft. Yeah, they never did that, either with his backpack or with the CVS bag. Didn't do it in front of him. Didn't follow their policy. Guys, that's maybe going to be an issue. It's maybe going to be an issue. Because it's definitely starting to look more and more like this is just a search for evidence, that we're looking for kind of a justification to rationalize it after the fact, but they didn't act in a way that is consistent with that being what they were doing at the time. Because if they were just doing an inventory search, they would have gone through that bag in front of him. This could be a problem. This could be a real problem for the state. So now we go back to watch Detweiler's body cam, which we have already seen. We've already seen Detweiler's body cam of this part. Them arriving at the station. We see the temporary storage lockers. Frye explains they store the prisoner's property there. What they do is record it on the personal property on the receipt and the inventory sheet. It stays there until they leave. So if they're released, it goes to them. They just get it back. If they get transferred to another facility, then it goes to the guards. Somebody is saying, we got a real name on him. You got it in your notebook. I think it's Detweiler that's saying that. And he's saying he gave us a name, Luigi something. This is Detweiler. Frye explains that he had Luigi's name and date of birth in his memo book, so he put that on the table for Homan. Well, remember how Fox or McCoy couldn't read it, but being very helpful here, putting your chicken scratch there on the table. And then once again, we hear that comment about is it in your stuff here or in your bags? And Luigi's saying no, they have the passport. It's in the bag. Now, remember, we have watched Homan's video. We have watched Detweiler's video. And we're going to watch Frye's video. The same thing. All again. I don't really want to repeat all this. So that I kind of want to emphasize just the stuff that is new. So this time now we hear Luigi saying, need my passport. There's a lot of talking going on at the same time. So, sorting out like who is saying what and exactly what's being said is a little bit difficult, but we hear Luigi saying, need my passport, have my passport. No, they have it. They take his handcuffs off, remember, shackle his ankle, say they can do that in the intake if the defendant is cooperative. If the witness is cooperative, then they can do that. Luigi's saying, I've got 3 layers of pants on. Hey, we got a cat visitor here. Part of the joy of being back home. Hello, Miss Lillith. He gives his height as 5'11", his weight as 160. He's removing his coat. He kind of does a little sniff of his shirt. He's got a watch. Says necklace is going to come off. Belt's going to come off. He removes the necklace. We already know about that. But Frye now tells us that was taken into evidence. They didn't keep that in property. They took that into evidence. We now hear him asking, do you have his passport? Wasser says, I do. They're having a conversation now. Frye and Homan and Wasser, they're saying his stuff's going to be in locker 1. Now, I start to notice at this point on the video, I had noticed it on Homan's, but I couldn't tell who it was. Somebody is hacking up a lung like they are in end-stage emphysema. Okay. And I just noticed this because I'm like, I guess they don't all have their antibodies there in Altoona. I mean, this is the most horrifying sound here on the mic. And it's at this point that I realize it's Frye. Frye is like sick as a dog. He did not have the antibodies, contrary to Detweiler's comment the other day about why they don't wear masks there in Pennsylvania. So anyway, he's hacking up into his mic, and it's really pretty gross. So then Wasser brings in the backpack and says, there's a weapon. And we now see this. We hear this for ourselves on the video. We see it and we hear it. There's a weapon. Not there's a gun. There's a weapon. And she asks, want to clear it. I don't hear a response to this, but, wanting to clear it, meaning, clear the chamber, basically make sure there isn't a round that's in the chamber, get the magazine out and so forth, so that the gun is not loaded, not in a state where it can be fired and hurt somebody. This is in front of Luigi. Luigi's there. They're still going through the questioning with him about the emergency contact. The first time where he says, there's a long pause, and then he says, no, I'm going to just keep the jeans. I'm going to do the, removing his pants. He says, Frye says, get down to what you can, and then we'll unshackle you. Handcuff him again. And then we hear someone say, you can take the handcuffs off him, and then hands up on the wall. So we're now leading up into the in-depth search. So Frye turns his body cam off at this point and comes back on after that search. Once again, we see Luigi is getting his clothes back on. And there is something now. Frye is taking his clothes, and he's kind of once again going through. Look out, sweetie. Going through the pockets and stuff. And at this point, he finds in his back right pants pocket a bus ticket. It's a couple of documents. One is a bus ticket, and another page appears to be information about the bus ticket. So we see that it's got some information for Pennsylvania. It's Philadelphia to Pittsburgh, and then the other side appears to be the ticket itself. Frye is still during all this. It's just so disgusting. Hearing them questioning still in the background. True Car, worked at True Car, software engineering company, now unemployed. Yeah, since about a year, I'd say a year. And we hear someone saying, don't put him in Poopy Pants' cell. We then go to another body cam that starts at 10:30. Where Detweiler is talking to Frye. They're still at the intake. It's Fox, Houston, Homan, and him. They are going through the black jacket. They remove a blue medical mask. Now, guys, now it gets absurd. Now we enter the realm of the absurd, because what does Homan do? He reaches over next to his desk, pulls out a brown paper bag, starts to open it, and lest you think this is a stable, documented, professional brown paper evidence bag, which is the normal thing that you use to hold clothing and stuff that's breathable, especially if it's wet, so that it doesn't get moldy. No, it is not that. It is a Lowe's bag. It's a Lowe's bag. Guys, Karen Reed folks, Remember this being an issue? Yeah, this is a freaking issue. They used a Lowe's bag to hold his clothing. Now, I got to be clear on this and like why this is a problem, because it's not that brown paper bags, evidence bags are, sterile in the way that like medical supplies are sterile. They've been bleached, they've been heat treated, something like that. Hey, don't bite me. They're not sterile like that. But what they have is they have a clear chain of custody so that this bag was manufactured, it came off the line, it was put in a package, it was sealed, and then when we take this bag and open it up and stick something in it, that is the first time this bag is being used. So it's almost more of like a chain of custody issue than it is like a technical, sterility issue. But it's kind of a problem because things being put in a bag can taint what is in that bag. You can have trace DNA that's in that bag. You can have hair and fibers that's in that bag. And guess what? We're in a freaking police station. We don't know where this bag came from. Maybe some cop just, collects it from Lowe's conveniently and brings it in. How do we know that cop hasn't maybe put his service revolver that he's just been firing and it's like covered in, gunshot residue, stuff like that in this bag? And now that has the potential to taint anything you put in the bag. So this is just, it's like, I don't know, this is a clown show level stuff, because I really hope you didn't want any trace evidence from that clothing, because this is a walk in a park now to potentially impeach that. It's days later. It might not be the same clothing as, as New York or whatever anyway. But if it was, you've just like thrown out the usefulness of any of that by putting it in a freaking grocery bag with a who knows what chain of custody that's had who knows what in it. And so now if they test Luigi's clothes and they find gunshot residue all over it, they'll be like, yeah, how do we know? How do we know some cop didn't go to the range, shoot a service revolver, and stick his gun in that bag? We don't know that because there's no documentation of it. There's no record of it. It hasn't been secured. Dog and freaking pony show. Guys, I thought this was just a Canton thing. Canton? No, apparently this is a bigger problem than I ever knew, because they're doing it in Altoona too. They just think that any run-of-the-mill grocery bag that's had God knows what in it, perfectly fine for storing stuff like this. So in the background, watch them open this paper bag and start stuffing his clothing in it. There's some chatter that's going on about evidence. I can't hear exactly what it is, but we hear they're talking about evidence. So remember, that's important because they're not supposed to be doing evidentiary searches right now. They don't have a warrant. They're supposed to be inventorying. Somebody's saying we have one guy here right now. They're talking about basically the locker. There's only one locker that is closed. All the other lockers, it's 6 of them, if I remember right. And the top right one is closed. So I think that's what they're talking about. We got one guy here right now. Frye is saying out loud what each item of clothing is as he's sticking it in this Lowe's bag. So that's consistent with inventory, right? One glove, one hat, one belt, one pair of shoes, things like that. So someone asked about ID and said we got another one over here. They say Houston is holding the defendant's Maryland ID. So he has that. Wasser says someone's holding his passport. And there's some chit chat back and forth, but someone else took it. I haven't seen it. Can you go see who took his passport? Somebody took his passport and just like wandered off with his passport. Dog and frickin' pony show. Dog and pony show. This is just wild. This is so chaotic, disorganized, people wandering off with with the federal identification. Nuts. Um So now I hear somebody saying more likely than not. I'm not sure what that means, but I think they're talking about, is this the guy? Is this the New York guy? And someone's saying more likely than not, he has a handgun, suppressor, cell phone, and a Faraday bag. So they've gone through his backpack at this point. And they did not do it in front of him like they would do at the inventory search. And they had not apparently found all this stuff while Luigi was still in the restaurant and they're doing the search incident to arrest back when, arguably at best, the circumstances are exigent to support that search under New York law. So they've already been in the bag. They already know what's there. This isn't looking good, guys. They also show us this checklist. And he describes some of what's on this checklist. There's a checklist for today. There's an intel check on the list for tomorrow. Something about getting a survival kit. It says yesterday he went to Best Buy. He bought a USB and a digital camera. And so this is all a conversation that they're having about what they found, about evidence. And this is like potentially blowing the idea that, oh, this is just routine inventory. Now, it's not that you can't find evidence during an inventory search and use it as evidence. I want to be clear about that because you always run into the plain view exception. And so the plain view exception to the warrant requirement is that as long as you are doing something you're allowed to do, if you happen to find something that's evidence of a crime, in the course of doing that, you're not going to be required to close your eyes. So if they had been doing a lawful inventory search, it's not like they have to pretend this stuff that is potentially of evidentiary value isn't there. But the problem is establishing that it was in fact an inventory search in the first place when they didn't inventory any of it and they didn't do it in the presence of Luigi like their standard practice and policy apparently is, and for a good reason, to minimize those potential claims that property has been stolen. Not great. Not great. Not great for the state. So then we start going through photographs. There's a disc that's brought into evidence. It's got photos of evidence in it. So we see a lot of different photographs of things. We see a photograph that's got the string, the medical mask, the watch, the change, some other things. We see a photograph of the thumb drive with the necklace. We see a photograph of the coat. We see a photograph of the undercoat, a couple different angles of that. We see a photograph of a pair of pants and a belt, photograph of the underpants, the base, the base layer, the thermals, basically. We see a picture of the scarf he had around the neck, the gloves that were in his pocket. Apparently there were two, maybe it was one in each pocket. I don't know, because Frye said only that he removed the one from the right pocket, but they had two in their photo. Photo of the medical mask, photo of the shoes. Frye clarifies they are not allowed shoes with laces in their cell. So if your shoes have laces, you're going to lose them because they don't want you choking yourself. Choking hazard. What they mean is you might hang yourself in the cell with your shoelace. So they just take your shoes away. You're out there in your socks. Maybe they give you some Crocs or something. I don't know. It's going to depend on the jail you're in. But you don't get your lace-up shoes. We see another photograph of the shoes, and at this point there's an objection, and they ask to approach. They have a very long sidebar, and it was pretty clear that the issue here was that because they're like skipping around with the numbers and things like that, they have a problem with their numbering. And it turns out that's what it was. And so they get back, and the prosecutor says on the record, there's been an error in the numbering here. So they had identified numbers 8 and 9 as the medical mask and a photograph of his shoes. But in fact, there are no such numbers. But it's all okay because the photographs are on the disc anyway. So, like, I don't know what number they are. He never clarified any of that. They're not particularly organized with their evidence or their presentation. This is not really intended to be a dry run for stuff like this. I don't know how you don't have this sorted out and organized ahead of time. It's literally like kind of the 101 practice of what to do. Get your freaking exhibits in order, know what they are, know how they're numbered, know how to identify them, know how to refer to them, because it gets real confusing real fast if you don't know, and then your record is terrible. So they hadn't done that. We looked through a lot more photos. I'm just going to go through all of them. A tan beanie, a couple photographs of it. Then we see the unfolded note, the checklist. And so it's got, we just see it real fast on the screen. So I didn't get a ton of notes about it at the time. Just that 12-8 had they have like little squares, and then a list of things. So there's for 12-8, there's for 12-9. Then we have the bus information that was taken from the pocket. That's got the Pittsburgh Memorial Station on it. We get to another series of photographs that are a lot of the same things. We've got a photograph of the watch string change and the mask all lined up on a piece of brown paper. Now we have a clearer picture of the bus ticket. It's got the name on it. The passenger name is listed as Sam Dawson. It lists one carry-on and one stored bag. The date of the ticket is December 4th of 2024 from Philadelphia. We have a photograph of, on the top, there is what looks like a Visa card, but Frye doesn't recognize this, so we don't talk about it at all. And then below there is something called a SEPTA-key ticket. I think it's just part of the bus ticket. It's dated also December the 4th of 2024. All of the items of clothing and stuff like that photographed from different angles. So the black jacket, we got the front, we got the back. Pants, we got the front, we got the back. Neck scarf, we got the front, we got the back. We got the right shoe, from the top. Then we get the inside, instep view. Then we get the sole view. Then we get the outside view. Then we get the same thing with the left shoe. We now have the Lowe's bag, that had the clothing in it, but it's got a seal and a tag, an evidence tag on the Lowe's bag. So we know that they are ultimately treating it as evidence. Nevertheless, it's there in a Lowe's bag, and that's going to be a problem in terms of the actual evidentiary value of it. The jacket, both sides, right glove, left glove, both sides, the beanie from both sides, the belt, the underlayer pants. And Frye reiterates that everything that was taken, this was all everything that was taken during the inventory down to, his one layer of clothing that he was allowed to wear. So it's not the clothing that he wears, but everything else that he took off and was taken from his person. So after the intake on December the 9th, they later that day took him to the Blair County Courthouse. Frye and Fox did that so that he could be seen in front of the judge and arraigned. After that, he was taken to the Blair County Sheriff Holding Facility. After that, they don't know where he went. He ultimately ended up at the SCI Huntington. We know that, which is a prison. He was held in isolation, rather like Richard Allen, but not for quite as long. For 10 days instead of for 4 months, which I guess is slightly better. But, the thing is that even 10 days in isolation, it is going to work a number on a person psychologically. You're in a setting where typically the lights are on 24 hours a day. So you don't have a circadian rhythm. You don't have a normal sense of time passing. It's very difficult to sleep. There's a lot of noise that's in the background as well. It can also be a problem with sleep. You don't have communication. You don't have contact. You don't have access to a phone. You don't have property in there with you, to be able to really entertain yourself. So things get real boring real fast. And, while I'm not saying they stuck him there on purpose so that he would start chit-chatting with the guards to just try to relieve the tedium, the weight of the time that is passing. I'm not saying they did that on purpose, but I am saying it's extremely predictable that that's what he would do. Because, you'll just reach a state where you would do anything to kind of normalize your circumstances, have a normal conversation, have a normal, experience of something to help you gauge, how many minutes have gone by. So we know he ultimately ended up there, but not something that Frye particularly knew about. So he was the affiant in filing the formal charges. We go back to the complaint form that we saw before. It's got the charges listed on it. He says it was primarily the DA, Pete Weeks, that advised him what to charge. Back to the charges involve Pennsylvania state law. The state really wants this to all be evaluated under the Pennsylvania standards and not the New York ones. So yes, the charges were about the Pennsylvania state law. There were no charges relating to the execution of Brian Thompson. He has no knowledge of New York search and seizure law. At McDonald's, the Altoona was not acting with the NYPD at the time of their arrival. He asked this question in this very specific way. When they showed up, they weren't working with NYPD. But we know they had the communication with NYPD at some point. We heard testimony from Detweiler that Hanley was on the phone with NYPD and possibly the FBI. And he doesn't know, what was ever said or how that contact worked out. But we see on camera Hanley telling him that's the ID. The guy that checked into the hotel used that ID. So they had some form of communication. They knew they were, in fact, coordinating with NYPD by the time they got down to the point of arresting him. That is very clear from the record. He does not know Detective Curcio. Assume this is one of the New York cops, Lieutenant Leonardi, Detective Oscar Diaz. These are all the New York cops, maybe the FBI. He doesn't know them. No connection to the city of New York before this. In fact, when he testified to the grand jury about a year ago, he had never even been to New York before. He had never seen this customer contacted out at McDonald's before, and he did not personally know Brian Thompson or the family. So that's how the state concluded their cross with that, trying really hard to distance them from the New York case, even though it has become clear they knew perfectly well what they were doing and they were coordinating with New York in the process of doing it. That is going to be, I think, very significant when it comes to the legal question of whose law applies. Those are going to really put the ball in the court, favoring the application of New York law. So it isn't just an innocent, they were doing things completely independent. And then, lo and behold, he happens to be a suspect in this other case. And, all of their process has been untainted by knowing that that's who he is. And there's this other legal implication kind of in the background. They knew before they even arrested him. So we're looking at the higher standard for the search incident to arrest potentially being applied. And, now that we have gotten through the direct examination of Frye, this is looking a lot more troublesome from a legal standpoint than I thought it was going to be when I read the motion from the defense, when I started watching the evidence. This is not looking good. This is really not looking good. This is looking problematic on many levels. So right before we broke for lunch now, we got an announcement, a very brief announcement from the judge, who says, for those of you interested, a number of the exhibits that were introduced will be available in the DA's Dropbox. available from the DA's Dropbox. So this is a reconsideration of his order from the day before, when we had the little kind of shenanigans over the First Amendment, right? The defense asked for the exhibits to be sealed. The member of the press, stood up, was trying to address the court, was shouted down by the bailiffs and removed from the courtroom. It was all quite unseemly, particularly given that, yes, the public does have to be, they have a right to be heard on issues pertaining to the public's First Amendment right of access to court proceedings. So what had apparently happened is Matt, I can't remember his last name, but Matt, who's the inner city press guy, he took this battle on himself, as far as I can tell. I mean, maybe other people did as well, but he certainly did, and shared his process. So he wrote a letter to the judge objecting to that, the order and the process, asking for an opportunity to be heard on it. Took the letter over to the court's office, hand delivered it, sat in the judge's courtroom while the judge, got through his docket to wait for the opportunity to be able to, approach the bench and have his say. And apparently, wasn't even really asked for anything at that point, because the judge told him, basically, got your letter, and some of the exhibits are going to be released, and we'll be doing an announcement in court later on. So as far as the battle for public access goes, kudos to Inner City Press for stepping up and taking that one on. So that was the extent of the announcement. Not, we didn't get any detail about, so why are we withholding some and releasing others? What's the criteria that we're deciding, that we're applying to decide if the public gets to see this now or not? Still no opportunity to speak up and say, for example, hey, judge, maybe none of these should be sealed because there's no prejudice at this point, because all of this has been stated in the record. It's going to be thoroughly reported. There is nothing, worse about being able to see it as opposed to just reading reports about it. But that's what we got. So because of that, there have, subsequently been some of the exhibits have been released. It's mostly the photographs. The 911 call, I think, is out. Maybe the radio traffic. So a few things are kind of coming out in drips and drabs. You can find a lot of that stuff over on the old X app. Like I said, Inner City Press has been a good resource for me as far as just both decent courtroom information and things like these exhibits. He's got them on his feed. We had our lunch, nice leisurely lunch. Got to actually eat real food. I sure do appreciate that after the old Judge Gold days. So when we first came back, there is a conversation. It's not up at the bench, but it's before they bring the witness back up to continue the testimony. And so the defense is saying that the next witness on the list is supposed to be Fox, but the state now says that they are not calling him next. And the defense doesn't like this because the state, according to the defense, the state knows that Mark Agnifilo, I'm just gonna say it the Italian way, Agnifilo, is going to be crossing Fox. And because he's got a scheduling conflict with court the next day, if Fox gets pushed to the next day, Mr. Agnifilo is not going to be able to do the cross. So he says, they knew this. They changed the order on purpose, and it's just gamesmanship. And it's not, not appropriate, doesn't appreciate it. They need to be able to rely on the state's order of witnesses. So the state responds and says, no, it's not a gamesmanship thing. They're just trying to get people home. And a lot of this is taking longer than expected. They can call him the first thing in the morning and be able to get to his cross, but they have issues that they have to sort out on Fridays with Sabbath because, the days are short now. Sabbath starts at sundown. Sundown is early in the winter. So that's part of what they're dealing with. So they're having a conversation back and forth now about how this is going to work. The judge is asking Mr. Agnifilo, well, will the federal court not push your hearing? Will they not push it back? And he says, well, there's Sabbath issues in that case too, and nobody has been willing to move it so far. He says he doesn't think that they're going to get Wasser on and off the bench today anyway. And he doesn't want to have the court break in the middle of Wasser's testimony or have it held up, because of the scheduling. The state says we're trying to get Wasser back to her family. So we want to try to finish her. And if not, we would finish it in the morning. They anticipate probably an hour on direct with Fox. And the judge says, well, it's laudable that you're trying to get her home, but you're going to put Fox on the stand today. And because if that's how you scheduled it, you're the one that changed it. So I'll tell you, I've seen, a lot of commentary and kind of started to form my own perspectives and stuff like that about Judge Caro. And the general kind of perspective that I've seen is that he's considered to be like a prosecution friendly judge. I gotta tell you, I'm not particularly seeing that. This right here, this is a bit unusual because there's nothing binding about the prosecution's order of the witnesses, and things come up all the time. Things change. People have, family emergencies. People have shift changes. People have to fill in. People have emergency childcare. Like all kinds of stuff happens all the time that changes up your order of your presentation. So it's not unusual for things to shift around. And then it's also generally accepted that the prosecution has a lot of discretion to decide how they're going to present their own case. They can typically adjust on the fly and make things go a little different. If maybe after having gone through a witness's testimony and see how it's gone, maybe it makes more sense to shift things around so that we can follow up on a specific point or clarify a specific point that we hadn't anticipated we'd need to do with a different witness. So it's pretty normal for prosecutors to have all kinds of flexibility to do this. And courts will normally defer to that. Yeah, even if that's going to cause a hassle for you guys over there on the defense, because if you're a prosecution friendly judge, you don't really care about the defense's inconvenience. He's got 3 lawyers there. Somebody else can step up and do it. There's no reason why he has to be the one that does it. Are you saying that nobody else on the defense team could be prepared to do that? That type of thing. That's what I would expect from a prosecution friendly judge. We didn't get that at all. He bought right into what the defense was saying, that, you said you were going to do it this way. They've relied on that. So that's how you're going to do it. This was just a little bit of a sign to me that I'm not sure he is that much in the prosecution's pocket as, I don't know, you might otherwise be led to think by his reputation or, prior experience or anything like that. I'll throw out here too that I also had a chance to have a very brief behind the scenes chat with Mark Betterow, who's of course, for you Karen Reed people all know who Mark Betterow is, but if anybody here didn't follow that, Mark Betterow is a very high level criminal defense attorney in New York State there. So he has been in front of Judge Caro, many times. He's familiar with this court. He's familiar with the personalities. And so he was very generous in kind of volunteering his take on Judge Caro, which is that he is tough but fair and that he will follow the law, which, is it's like sad that you need to be like, wow, that's a great thing for a judge. But I've talked so many times about how, often the decisions that are made from the bench, they're outcome driven. The court wants it to go a certain way. And so they're reaching for, how do I justify that? What do I need to do to be able to get to that outcome? And that's not apparently, the general take that, somebody who appears regularly or has appeared, many times in that court would have on it. Mark's take was basically, look, if the law calls for suppression, he's going to do it. Yeah. Take that for what it's worth. I'm not real sure the law is all that favorable to the state at this point. So anyway, the judge says, you're gonna put Fox on today, and now the state's kind of backpedaling. Well, I don't know if we're even gonna get to him. I don't know that we're gonna get to both of them. He says he doesn't want to be held to the schedule, and things happen, and he can't control the cross anyway. Which, yeah, some of that is also true. And as it turns out, we don't get to another witness today, so it's all kind of moot anyway. And then we don't have court Friday, so Mr. Anyifilo's scheduling conflict doesn't end up being significant at all because everybody is going to have to come back Monday to do this testimony. But that did tell us what to expect next. Wasser and Fox. And Wasser and Fox are going to be very, very important because they're the ones who searched that backpack there in the restaurant. So really any hope that the state has of justifying this as a search incident to arrest, they're going to have to be the ones to kind of sell that, if you will. And gotta say, have not been super impressed with the police officers' ability to kind of know what's going on and where things are going, and how they need to present things in order to get the outcome that they're looking for. So Frye is then brought back on the stand. The state first asked to ask a couple more questions. Forgot a couple things, right? Because we're still disorganized. Our exhibits are all, over the place, and we've had to rewatch things a bunch of times. And by the way, also the prosecutor forgot to ask some questions, but the court allows him to do that. So we go back to when Detweiler had moved the backpack, and Frye had the conversation with the defendant. And so the prosecutor asked if he'd reviewed a transcript of the body-worn camera. He's pre-freshing the defendant, the witness is what I call this. He's pre-freshing him because there's something in the body cam transcript, some statement that he wants us to know, apparently didn't come out in the testimony before. But he hasn't laid a foundation here to refresh the witness, because you get to refresh a witness when the witness doesn't have a recollection of what it is that you're asking. He doesn't remember, but there's this other thing that if he can look at it, it might, bring it back so that he now independently remembers and can testify about it. So the defense objects, which is appropriate. He should not be allowed to be reading the transcript because he was there, and he hasn't said that there's anything he's got a problem with his memory. And the judge understands what the problem is. He's like, but he doesn't need to be refreshed. And the state's saying, well, but he might be. And the judge says, well, let's see. So they end up letting this go, but ultimately it kind of is improper. This is not proper impeachment or proper refreshing, because he never said. Normally you just ask him, do you remember this conversation verbatim? Would you be able to relate it to us verbatim, exactly what was said? You testified generally on your direct about the communications that you had, but do you remember word for word what those communications were? And then you hope he's smart enough to say, no, I don't remember word for word. Okay, so then would it refresh your recollection to be able to review the transcript of the body-worn camera? That's all you need to do. It's not rocket science. But they did kind of get away with letting him shortcut. So we ended up getting this this part of the conversation sort of verbatim from the transcript. So The conversation is, remember, Detweiler said, go over there and talk to him for a minute while he went outside. And Frye is standing there, you know, really, really awkward. And finally he's like, so what's going on, man? So what's going on, man? And Luigi says, And he says, what brings you up here from New Jersey? I once again, I can't hear all this very well. They're kind of mumbling a little bit, and he has a habit of getting away from the mic as well. The defense objects at this point because there's no showing of a lack of memory. This is still improper and refreshing, but the judge says, well, if it helps, he can look. If it helps, he can look. So he's going to kind of waive the formalities of this to get the stuff in. And the next thing I hear is Luigi saying, I don't know what you guys are up to. I'm just going to wait. And then Frye says, don't want to talk to us, huh? Don't want to talk to us, huh? And then I can't hear what came after that. It's a little bit mumbled. So yeah. That's going back to that. Was there an invocation? What's just the tone and tenor, I guess, of this initial interaction? I don't know what you guys are up to. I'm just going to wait. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't seem super incriminating to me. A lot of people are not particularly shocking. Pleased to be approached by the police while they're just sitting there, you know, trying to eat their breakfast and mind their own business. So certainly no rule that you have to be friendly and chit chatty with police. Of course, as the lawyer, I would advise pretty much everybody under most circumstances, consult with a lawyer for your own. But yeah, you don't talk to the cops. You don't talk to the cops. They're not your friends. They're not your friends. What's going on, man? You're not my friend. You're not my friend. I'm not going to treat you like you're my friend. So then we get to cross. We get to cross a Frye. It is, it's the young man on the defense team who is doing the cross-examination. I believe his name is Mr. Kaplen. And this guy, he's pretty good. He's pretty good. He's pretty punchy. He's very quick with his questions. They come out fast. It's like a rapid fire style. And so with a witness that is maybe a little slower, maybe a little not that bright, it's potentially really effective because it never gives them time to really like sit and think and be comfortable. They're constantly under the pressure of having to answer the question. And it also, it sort of, it sets the pace of the interaction because most people, even though you shouldn't, like if I'm prepping a witness for testimony, I'll tell them, if you don't, you know, take as much time as you need to think about the question, what's being asked, and to formulate your answer. The most important thing is getting it right. If it takes you a minute, that's okay. If it seems awkward, that's okay too. It's not really that important, but most people's kind of natural instinct is to want to keep up with the pace of the conversation. And so like long pauses and thinking and stuff like that are awkward. So it helps keep things moving fast. And if somebody is not as good at you, you know, like intellectually at being able to move quick on their feet, it can be a real advantage. And my view, that is absolutely how it played out in this cross-examination, because what happened is that Patrolman Frye turned into possibly one of the most compliant police officer witnesses I have ever seen on the stand. He does not do what the more seasoned officer Detweiler did, which is reject the defense's framing of the question or the defense's framing of the events and say things in his own words, answer the question in his own words. That is the skilled witness response. That's how you avoid getting trapped in cross-examination. You stay on the front foot by keeping your messaging what is coming out of your mouth. He did not do that. He just started saying yes to everything. He just started agreeing to everything. And it allowed the defense to color it exactly the way they wanted. And so, if things were kind of already bad with Patrolman Frye because the substance of what he was asked to testify about is not really that helpful to the state, right? The policy about the inventory search, the fact that, they didn't do any of this in front of him, timeline of stuff, all that. The way that he just absolutely rolled over on cross, showed his belly, kind of drove the nail in. So, I gotta say, like, watching it, I have a lot of mixed feelings about stuff like this because, like, we watched Detweiler. Detweiler's experienced. He's been on the force for a while, and he's kind of a dick. Frankly, he's kind of a dick. But like, he's learned that, and I can respect that. Just from the standpoint of the adversary, this guy is routinely going to be my adversary. We're going to be in battle. He's at least sort of good at it. This guy is not that. He has not been on the force that long. He is very soft. He reminds me of like the golden retriever puppy that you like throw him the ball and he doesn't know to catch it, and it just dinks him, and he just sits there still like waving his tail, like good natured. He's not bright at all, and he does not have he doesn't have the inner steel. He doesn't have the jadedness, that so many of the cops are going to get. So it's kind of sad, in some way, to see him being taught a real lesson about this game that you're in, boy, because you are in over your head at this point. So first question he's asked, did you speak to the DA over lunch? Now, these are coming in very rapid fire, remember, very rapid fire questions. And so what he gets out, just like this. No, he did not speak to the DA over the lunch, but their last conversation was this morning. They had spoken several times before. Have you heard these questions before? Oh, he's sensing, he knows he's in a danger zone. He doesn't know how to deal with this. He doesn't have the experience to know how to deal with this. And like, when something is really important, what matters, what doesn't matter. So he's already getting really worried. He's not sure how to answer. So he's like trying to ask for clarification, and so the defense attorney is absolutely accommodating. Well, you spoke several times. Have you gone over these specific questions? Have you gone this back and forth like you did today? Really pinning him down with what he's asking. Yes, as it turns out, they have gone back and forth over these questions several times on several different days, but they were just talking about what he spoke about on the scene. And in fact, they did that today before he testified. They practiced it again. Remember last time when I talked about prepping witnesses, and the state had specifically asked Detweiler, did I tell you what you needed to say? No, you didn't tell me what I needed to say. That's a hard line, rule. That's not ethical for a lawyer to tell the witness what they have to say. But what he's not asking, and where the meat of the prep really is telling them what not to say. Right? We go through this practice. We rehearse your questions. This is why you have to do it several times with a guy like this, because he'll come up with an answer and the prosecutor is going to be like, I don't like that answer. Think about that some more and try again. Not going to tell him what to say, right? But he's going to help navigate him to where the prosecutor wants him by making it clear, I don't like this version. See if you can try that a different way. Very clear to me that's what's going on here, because that's why you would do this several times. You go through it once, oh, that answer sucks. Think about that again. You do it again, I still don't like that. Do it again. All right, we can move on. That's the prep game, guys. All the way up to today before testifying. So, yeah, they're definitely on the same page about what the prosecutor is looking for. So, he was born and raised in the Altoona area. He argues this was a really putting him in his place, kind of setting the stage part, because the defense is like, and so, at the time you'd been a police officer for about 6 months. Is that correct? He says, no, that's not correct. Oh, shall we do some math with you? Because I thought you testified on your direct that you'd been hired and went into the training in January 2024. Yeah, that's right. And you finished that training in June. Isn't that correct? And so you had actually only been a police officer from June to December, right? Yeah. And that's 6 months, isn't it? Okay. Yeah. Now you're stuck. Now you've learned, and you're going to be real cautious about disagreeing with and correcting the defense lawyer. This is how a good defense lawyer trains the witness. You do the same thing like with your impeachment or with your infreshing. You teach them. I have the goods. I have the goods. I'm going to be able to back up what I say. And so if you don't want me walking up here and slapping your prior testimony under your nose with this deposition, then you might as well just go ahead and go along with what I'm telling you said. You can fight me if you want, but I'm going to win that battle. Trained him with this very unimportant, small, little detail that this rookie cop, doesn't really know if it's that important or not, but he chose to fight this fight. No, not 6 months. Well, actually, yeah, they got a pretty good argument because you were at the academy for 4. You weren't a cop when you were at the academy. It wasn't until after. So you've been a cop for about 6 months. Yep. Be careful about what you choose to fight about. So now we go in and we do the revisiting stuff again. So it's not just the prosecution that's dragging this out. The defense is doing a lot of it too. And that's why this is taken so long. That's why, at the end of 3 days here, they've gotten through, I think, 7 witnesses. Less than a quarter of what's anticipated, maybe about, less than a quarter, maybe about a quarter of what was supposed to be like all of them for this trial, this hearing. So that's why it's dragging on and on and on, as everybody's kind of going back over. Nobody is like getting to the point of just, here's the particular detail I need to elicit. They're using it as the exploratory, kind of fishing expedition, the feeling them out, information gathering opportunity, which I mean is fair, but it's also, this is why the judge is annoyed. It's not particularly courteous to him and his schedule and all that. So on December 9th, yes, we already know he was working with Detweiler. We already know that it's normally that they're alone, but Detweiler was more senior. You're there to follow his lead. He's going to teach some things that way. It's not a formal training, but just to learn from his experience about processing traffic stops. He had read some information, the CAD report, that people in the McDonald's believe that the individual they were asked to contact was the New York City shooter. Description was that he was in a blue medical mask, a tan hat, and a black jacket. Oh, yes, he knew about the New York City shooter already going in. He knew that he hadn't been found, knew that the shooting had involved a gun. He didn't know if the gun had been recorded. So from his perspective, he thought they were possibly approaching the New York City shooter. See, he's starting to get compliant because the defense is going to walk him around in circles when it comes to the safety issue. Safety issue is what justifies the exigent search incident to arrest in New York, right? So they are going to dog walk him on how they behaved, knowing that as he concedes, they are possibly approaching the New York City shooter. He says he and Detweiler did not have any discussion about what they were going to do when they get there. They didn't have any conversations about the shooting on December the 4th. They didn't pull up any pictures of him. They just rolled up cold. So then we go back to watching his body cam again. We watch him walk through, and the defense stops it and asks him questions at various points. So first, when they first go towards the back, nobody pointed them out to where they were supposed to go. They didn't stop and talk to anybody. Who are we looking for? Are you the person who called in? Nothing like that. They just walk in and go straight to the back. Defense, in asking his questions, he does this throughout his testimony, but this first time it happens, there's this exchange. He accidentally calls him detective. He's calling him Detective Detweiler. And so Frye answers, he's not a detective. And the attorney, Mr. Kaplen, responds back, oh, my apologies, I promoted him. So I thought he handled that fairly well. This is something where the defense or the witness who's not experienced, again, he doesn't necessarily know what to fight about, what not to fight about. Somebody like Detweiler is maybe going to fight you over everything. This is like an obvious, well, he's not a detective. And so it's fine to clarify that. But the way that the defense handled it made it very clear. It doesn't bother them at all. Like it's not a mistake. The fact that you called it out, doesn't matter. Like that's not a win for you. I'm able to flip that around as a joke. Oh, I accidentally promoted him. My bad. It happens. It happens. People misspeak, especially when you're in your rapid fire mode. So we know that Luigi was back in the corner, had the two walls kind of behind, to each side, table out in front of him. There was a small space between Detweiler and the wall when he first approaches, asked if somebody would fit through. There is an objection by the state, and that is sustained. I guess he's not really quite sure, like, that's supposed to be speculative. Is that supposed to be like beyond his knowledge? I don't know. He's right there. It's a pretty common sense thing to ask about. Would somebody be able to fit through the space where, Detweiler was standing there? I don't know. Didn't allow him to ask that question. That comes up a couple times. So the man pulls down his face mask, says, yes, he did have some recollection of the person that was shown in the media. That was the, person of interest, specifically on Fox News, just like Detweiler. He'd seen this on Fox News. He had a very high, and I have to quote this because it was real awkward. I just cringed. I cringed when he said that. He has a very high suspicion at that point that it was the guy. Suspicion is the word. Yeah, suspicion. But he says suspection. And he actually said that. He said that a couple times. He had a high suspicion. But he didn't say that to Detweiler at the time. Detweiler didn't say anything about Detweiler's suspection to him either. So they just didn't communicate that. We go to the calling in the name and the fact that he said this Mark Rosiaro and how that was not in fact the name that was on the license. And he's a little defensive about that. He says, well, I still provided the number. He just mispronounced the name. Which, I agree that happens. These types of things are not necessarily the end of the world, but you got to handle it like the defense attorney handled it and treat it like it's not a big deal. You just laugh it off, make a joke about it. Oops, I accidentally promoted him. Not get defensive. That makes it look worse. I just mispronounced it. Well, I know you did, but laugh it off. I have trouble with that kind of thing sometimes. Whatever. Just might have been a little bit more helpful to kind of keep the upper hand. He did not have any suspicion of Pennsylvania crimes at that point in time, but they did believe he was the guy that was wanted for the New York shooting. We're now walking him down the primrose path of establishing why the New York law should apply to this, because from the inception now, this had nothing to do with Pennsylvania. Nothing at all. This was all about investigating the New York. And so who has the greater interest in that, New York or Pennsylvania, over investigating their crime? I think that's pretty clearly going to be New York. That's going to be a very strong factor in favor of applying New York law here. He's asked, you weren't going to let him leave, were you? There's an objection to this that is also sustained. I didn't agree with that at all. I think this is quite important, right? Because this goes to the nature of the restraint that's on him, and at what point are we in a custodial setting where Miranda is required, and whether he is free to leave is one of the factors that's kind of important in being able to make that evaluation. It's apparently not the only one in New York, but it's an important one. So I don't know why they're not allowed to ask him if he wasn't going to let him leave, but they weren't. That objection was sustained. Asked, would it be a big deal to you to arrest the New York City shooter? Ooh, zinger. Well, that was also objected to, and that was sustained. So he tries again. Well, Altoona is a small town, right? It's about 40,000 people. And it'd be a big deal there if you arrested the New York City shooter, wouldn't it? Oof, objected to, sustained. So they're not going to be able to get that in. But the defense is definitely trying to get to kind of he's trying to pull the curtain back on what's really going on here, right? Are you really showing up caring about a fake ID or anything like that? Like, it didn't matter. You were there to try to arrest the New York City shooter. And that matters because that means New York interests are really important. And it might also mean that knowing that that's what your interest was, that's potentially going to color how you chose to behave vis-a-vis these searches. Right? You knew you were looking for evidence the whole time because you're trying to arrest the New York City shooter, and you're not going to get the New York City shooter just based on you or Detweiler saying, I knew it was him, based on some very poorly angled photographs from the hostel, and then a whole bunch of a guy with a mask on. I'm sorry, but you're not going to get an ID from this part of a face that's going to justify an arrest on probable cause. That's just ain't it. So you need some evidence, and you need some evidence if you want to arrest this guy. And you don't think that had anything to do with why you were getting into his bag? You don't think that had anything to do with, why he was back in his cell and you never did the inventory with him like it's your policy to do? That's what the defense is getting at. They're not allowed to spell it out. I guess it is a little bit argumentative, but I think the point is pretty clear. We see the frisk again with the palpitation, squeezing that right pocket. So Frye times it. It's about 15 seconds, maybe even a little bit more, that he spends doing this first frisk. Did you hear Detweiler ask why he's nervous? Yeah, he heard that. And that was a comment made. Why are you so nervous? We heard that during Detweiler's testimony. Isn't that the same question as the DA asked you this morning? First question the DA asked you this morning, are you nervous? Isn't that the same question? Oh my God. Okay, mic drop. Sit down. It's objected to and that's sustained. But wow, did you really even the playing field, didn't you? Because yeah, you just got up here on the stand and said you were nervous. Why? Had you committed some crime? Were you in fact the New York City shooter and that's why you're so nervous? No, it's because it's kind of normal to be nervous about unfamiliar situations or things that are maybe just a little bit unpleasant that you're not sure how they're going to go because you're not an experienced witness and you have no idea. You have no idea what's waiting for you. This was fantastic from my standpoint. I don't even care that he doesn't get to answer the question. Now, granted, this is the kind of thing that maybe is going to be better in front of a jury than in front of a judge, because that point is going to land. Probably not going to get the opportunity to make, this specific point in front of the jury. All I'm just saying is that I'm extremely impressed with this guy from a skill standpoint. That's a skill. That's a skill. This guy's got some skills. Okay, coming out with that question. Great question. Are you nervous? Yeah, like maybe it's a perfectly normal and okay thing to be a little bit nervous. It just takes the sting out of that particular bit of testimony. Especially that's such a big part of what they have described as their circumstances that led them to continue, with what they were doing, led them to think. You remember they said he as soon as they asked him if he'd been to New York recently, he got quiet and he started to shake, and then they backpedaled to his fingers trembled a little bit. But this, are you nervous? Maybe that's perfectly okay to be nervous. Oh, that was so good. So then Detweiler with the, you want him to talk to you for a second. So he stepped to a point where he could see Luigi, see the suspect. It was approximately the same places where Detweiler was. The backpack was at his feet. And guess what? At that point, there was nothing that prevented him from moving it. Yeah, they hadn't moved the backpack yet. So it's Luigi, chair, backpack's kind of next to, behind the chair. Frye. It's not secure. You're so concerned about your safety. But you just left the backpack right there? Defense is painting a real picture here. He stayed in that position for approximately the next 25 minutes. This was a good summation. This is the kind of getting to the point. Like, we don't have to watch through the entire video for the whole 25 minutes and then be like, and how long was that? Like, you can go ahead and know what point you're going to make ahead of time and just ask him the question. Yeah, he stood in that position for the next 25 minutes while the other officers came and went, right there by that bag. So then the chit chat, what's going on? What brings you up from New Jersey? It's not a crime to travel from New Jersey to Altoona. Of course, we know that. So they still had no reason at this point to believe that any crimes had been committed in Altoona. We established that he went through his training, his law enforcement training in Pennsylvania, and that included things like how to talk to suspects, question people. They might want to work on that module a little bit. I'm just saying, because this was a little bit, it was bad. He was so awkward. How you doing, man? What's going on? Oh, yikes. It turns out, actually, this was in the police. He went to the police academy in Indiana. Maybe they don't have their own in Pennsylvania. They went in Indiana. So my Richard Allen folks, you guys are horrified now, as am I. Oh, no wonder. That honestly really explains a lot about how these guys are. Did they tell you you can lie? Ooh, that's a great question for a rookie. It's a great question for a rookie, because he don't know if that's dangerous or not. Because, yeah, you are allowed to lie. Law is very clear on that. Police can absolutely lie to people. It's a terrible law, but it is the law. They can absolutely lie to people. You just lean into that. Once again, if you just lean into it, it's nowhere near as bad as when you get defensive about it. So when he says, well, technically speaking, yes. Well, why'd you need to qualify it? Why'd you need to qualify that? You feel a little bad about what you did? You feel a little like maybe you're not the good guy in this situation? Does that trouble your little soft little conscience so far? Does that seem like maybe that's wrong to you? None of these things are being asked, of course, but this is just really what it evokes when you're like, well, technically speaking, yes, we're allowed. Well, actually, you just are allowed to lie. And by the time you're a jaded old cop by Detweiler, you're gonna absolutely lean into that and just not give away that maybe you're a little too soft for this game so far. Also, yes, you can use a ruse to get a statement. You can lie, you can use a ruse. So all of this can be completely dishonest. And that's going to be important too, because I talked about this. I talked about this at the Richard Allen trial. One of the reasons why I personally, this is just my opinion, think this is such a terrible law is because when you lie as part of your job and like that's okay, it can very much become habit. If you're not like scrupulously honest as much as you can be all the time, then it can really, you can kind of blur the lines, justifying to yourself about why it's okay to be lying or why it's maybe even a good thing to be lying. And then, boy, if you're willing to do that out in the field, maybe it would also be okay to do that in your report. And geez, maybe then you might as well just do it on the stand. I think it just is a really terrible practice from a character standpoint, from a general overall integrity standpoint, to have cops being super uncomfortable with lying. And so maybe in some ways it's like a good thing that this guy seems to like maybe not be, maybe be a little bit more earnest, but like it calls into question. You're so comfortable lying. This whole interaction, we already know from Detweiler, it's just lie after lie after lie after lie. But yet you come up here on the stand and we're supposed to take it all as just honest truth, including what you're telling us about your motives, your thought process, the status of what you're doing, and so on and so forth. So he agrees. By this point, he's like so agreeable already. He's just like, yes, agreeing with the way the defendant, the defense lawyer is characterizing things. He agrees. Nope, he's not speaking with them because they're friends. He's just trying to talk to him as a person. Well, Detweiler stepped out, but no, they're not friends. But yes, he did have this information about the New York City shooter, and the suspicion was there. And that's what they were there to investigate him for. Just flat out acknowledges, yep, that's what they're there to investigate him for. They were not yet investigating a fake ID. Tells him we got a call here saying you're suspicious or something like that. There's a lot of McDonald's employees that you can see on the camera, and walking through the background, people going back and forth into the background. The defense is calling this out because they're pointing out nobody's stopping them from accessing this area. So you're not concerned about their safety either. We've still got Luigi right next to this bag. The bag is between you and him. He can get to it. But how concerned are you really about the safety when you're not moving the bag and you're not even stopping people, potential bystanders who could get hurt? You're not securing the area, keeping them out. They're really painting a picture of you're trying to make this look like it was more dangerous than in fact, your behavior doesn't comport with what you're telling us your perception of the risk was. So now he's reading back the license again. Detweiler is reading back the license. We already saw he read back the license the first time. So now Detweiler is reading it back. That's the second time. Going through the whole conversation. No, I'm homeless. Been up to New York lately or no. It's not a crime to travel to New York. We agree. But at this point, they tell him they're just trying to confirm his ID and then you'll be on their way. But that's just a ruse, right? That's objected to and sustained. Once again, not really clear why, other than perhaps it's because Detweiler is kind of running that show. And so, he can't say what Detweiler's motivation is or whatever. It's about all I can think of as a reason to sustain that. But we already know it's a ruse from Detweiler, so I don't know why that's a problem. He says he's been here about 40 minutes. He checks his receipt. He checks the watch. Luigi does to verify that. Frye does not know anything about whether there is a policy about staying too long at McDonald's. He has no knowledge of anything like that. So now we see Luigi has apparently, like, he looked at the receipt, but the receipt fell on the ground. Luigi reaches down to pick it up, and it's right by the backpack. He's like reaching down right to where you would be reaching to the backpack. Frye doesn't move the backpack. He's literally reaching like towards this backpack. Could have grabbed it, could have reached in it, could have got a gun out of it, could have exploded a bomb in it, you know? All these after the fact things that they've kind of put out there were their grave concerns, but you did nothing to secure the backpack when he's reaching towards it. This to me spoke volumes. This spoke volumes. And the only thing I can possibly see like going in this guy's favor on that is the fact that he's such a rookie. He is a dumb golden retriever. He could have easily like this could have been the ball hitting you in the face, you know, except a little more, you know, lethal than that, with a different defendant, with a different set of circumstances. Somebody just reaching down for their bag, you know, in the area of their bag like that, and you just let it go. He you know, potentially got very lucky right there. So either it wasn't that dangerous, you know, or that this guy is he's just not hard enough for this gig. Better hope he doesn't learn the hard way. So then Detweiler's back. And what brought you up to Altoona? Hasn't been to Jersey for a little bit. You from New Jersey, tri-state area. Detweiler's got the ID. Says they hold the ID. The officer holds it. And in this particular case, they never gave it back to him. This is going to be part of the issue about when is the Miranda requirement triggered, because you're not really free to leave if they've taken your ID and won't give it back to you. You know, it's a factor that goes into is there a certain point in time where now you not giving me back my ID makes it pretty clear that I'm under arrest. You know, because we've been waiting and stuff like that. It's just one of the facts, but they're bringing that out. Nope, never gave it back. Held on to it the entire time. We hear them having the chat about, you know, I've been here, you know, been out 6 times last week for stuff like this, people staying around too long. He doesn't know if that's true, that Detweiler was there at all. He himself had not been there at all in the last week. Luigi says, I wish she'd have just told me. I would have just gotten up and left. And then, you know, what can I do next time? Well, just not stay as long. So now we can see from Frye's perspective, he's no longer like, they've been trying, the defense is kind of trying to place him in. So it's like, so the lineup is Luigi, chair, cop, so that the cop is standing in the aisle blocking the egress. But we're now seeing he's actually scooching along the short end of the table, closer almost to the back corner, like the opposite, the kitty cat, you know, corner from where Luigi is sitting. So it doesn't help the defense from the perspective of is he free to leave? You know, there's much more room now. He could get out and walk away. But it does help the defense from the perspective of, again, how worried are you about this backpack? You're now even further away from it. You've like backed away from it, making it even less secure than it was when you were standing there before, when he was like reaching down towards it. Now Hanley's walking in. He reads the ID back. Now this is the 3rd time the ID has been read over to the dispatch. Detweiler kind of moves from one side of the chair to the other side of the chair. Frye confirms Luigi didn't say anything about, you know, don't touch my bag, don't move my bag. He didn't do anything to try to stop Detweiler from moving the bag. Basically just, you know, around the chair. He didn't respond to that at all, say don't do that. So at this point, he says they're primarily waiting for the return on the ID. They had, again, we're just going to reiterate this over and over again. They had been called there because of the resemblance to the New York City shooter. And it's been 13 minutes now. And that's when they finally move the bag. 13 minutes. He sits there right next to the bag. They're there with the bag. Nobody secures the bag. It's so unsafe. We're so worried because we think this is the New York City shooter and there might be a gun. But you didn't act like that. You didn't act like that. 13 minutes. Tick tock. Tick tock. The whole time before they even moved it. So then we see Luigi do the, folding things up and wiping his mouth, sticking it in the bag and so forth. McCoy is there. Yeager is there. We start to do an officer count by the defense, which I personally think is quite powerful. It's persuasive to start counting. How many people are there here as this comes in? Because that's going to go to the show of force. Are you going to perceive that you're under arrest at this point? If it's just like one cop chit-chatting with you, so how you doing, dude? Versus there's like, a dozen or more of them surrounding the entire area at this point. We're up to 5 officers at this point. Asked if he'd, been patted down, the whole gesturing. Detweiler says yes. McCoy then moves the backpack and stuff on the chair to the table. Again, Luigi doesn't say anything. He didn't say, don't touch my backpack. Now he points out there were other tables that were nearby that were further out of reach. On that side, there were so Luigi, aisle, table. The side of the table that they moved the bag to, there was at least one table further back, might have been 2. Then there gets to be a hallway where it goes towards the front of the restaurant. There's more tables over there. There's like a lot of places they could have moved this bag. This, I think, is a very good point, because what the defense is now drawing out is that if the exigency associated with the search incident to arrest is based on how close was he to the backpack at the time of the arrest, that was entirely within their control. They made that decision. If they're concerned about the safety, they could have just moved it around the corner. They could have just moved it up to a further table. The only reason that at any point in time Luigi was within feet of this backpack is because of where they chose to put it down, where they chose to move it. And there was absolutely no reason why it had to be right there. That's just what they came up with. I think that's a pretty powerful point, because it cuts both ways. It cuts both ways for the police, right? You want to say we're concerned about our safety, but if you were acting in a way that was consistent with being concerned about your safety, you would have put it where it was safe and not left it where, according to you, it wasn't safe, and therefore you needed to search it half an hour later when you're finally arresting him. This doesn't add up. The math doesn't math. So yes, they left it at the one that was 8 to 9 feet away from him. He doesn't recall if 911 had come back with any info at that point. McCoy asked him if he had a vehicle or if he had walked there. Luigi asks, are you calling a couple more cars? And then he says something. I couldn't hear it very clearly at the time. I just got bits and pieces of it, but I picked up from some other folks who were there in the courtroom who heard it more clearly, that he said, I'm not that big. I'm just wearing a puffy coat. Guys, he knows now. Like, this is clear. We've got 5 cops already there. Are you calling a couple more cars? I'm not that big. He knows they're coming for him. The jig is up. This ruse is not working on anybody. And I heard him say, yeah, he says, I'm not that big. I'm just wearing a puffy jacket. And he kind of smiles about that. So now Trent is there. We're up to 6 officers. Miller, who is, he had been an evidence tech, but might be up to the investigations division at that time. 2 more cops. We're up to 9 at this point. Then we see Fox coming in, and we're at 10 cops. We kind of go over the seniority. So Hanley is the most senior at everyone, and I As far as in the room at this time, the senior one was Trent. He himself, Frye. He is the low man on the pole. So Detweiler now comes in, does the warnings. You're under official police investigation, yada, yada. That's about 20 minutes into this stop, this detention, this investigation. So after giving him the false ID warnings, nobody gave him the Miranda warnings at that time. Is it required? I don't know. It's going to be up to the judge. But another one of the factors that they look at is, do you have probable cause to arrest the person at this point in time? Like, could you arrest it? They're not going to let the police just kind of game the circumstances to decide, well, how can I time the arrest once I have the legal justification to do it, just so that I can avoid giving him his Miranda rights and try to get more information out of him. So whether you have probable cause to arrest is one of the factors that they look at for whether Miranda warnings are required. Now, remember back to Detweiler's testimony, where he said, we're giving him the false ID warnings, so we're investigating the false ID. And in fact, he never did give false information after receiving that warning. But the whole issue with the fake document, that's a separate thing. And complying with the warnings, it doesn't make the false document charge, concern. It doesn't make that go away. And that ultimately ends up being what they arrest him on anyway, is the fake document. So that was, pointing out, I think this point in time is important because it's quite clear once they give him the warnings, this is now when they think it's false. They think it's false. They think the info is false. The info is based on this ID. They think the ID is false. And it hasn't come back in NCIC. And according to all of them, that means it's false. Is that probable cause to arrest him? Kind of think it might be. I kind of think it might be. So this was a good kind of pinpointing this particular point in time as, hey, maybe this is the point when the Miranda warnings should have been given. So this is where he now is reading the information back with the name and everything. And yes, his handwriting is in fact absolutely terrible. His handwriting is so bad. It looks like, it looks like cuneiform. If you've seen the old, wedge shaped, it's just terrible. I couldn't read it. So, yep, confirms the ID. Why did you get a fake ID? I clearly shouldn't have. Frye asked him why he lied and says, you had a fake ID. He doesn't answer verbally, but he does a very deep, what could easily be interpreted as a nod. Maybe there's some deniability in that, but looks like he nods in response to you had a fake ID. So that's important because that's an admission. And an admission of it being a fake ID, if you didn't already have probable cause to arrest him, is going to be incriminating. It's going to give you the basis to arrest him. But even if you did already have it, they're going to want to use this, the fact that the fake ID was presented. The whole reason why they care about that at all is because they're going to say it's consciousness of guilt. He knew that police were looking for him. He knew he was on the run. He knew he didn't want to be identified. So that's why he gave a fake name. But if he needed to be Mirandized before that, if they already had the probable cause, then you may not get to use that. You may not get to use that admission. So now is when somebody says Mirandize him. It's Trent who says that. Then the rights are read. When asked if he wanted to speak to the police, he said no. He said no. Fox says he's not in custody right now. They ask him again, why do you have a fake ID? And at this point, Luigi says he's going to remain silent. And the defense says it's fair to say he invoked his right. He invoked his right. And this very extremely compliant police officer now says, yeah, it is. It's fair to say that. Fair to say. Clearly understood this is an invocation. Big deal. Big deal, because if the court agrees with that, at the very least, nothing that comes after that can be used as evidence of guilt. They can still ask you a lot of questions for different reasons, like for booking and stuff like that. They can, ask you for the biographical information and so forth, and you have to provide it. But they can't necessarily use that then to turn around and prosecute you, because that would violate your privilege against self-incrimination. I'll tell you where this comes up a lot. This comes up in gang cases, because they'll arrest them, they'll invoke, they'll take them down to the jail, they'll be booking them in, and they will ask, in high gang areas, a lot of times they'll ask about, are you gang affiliated and with who? That can be really bad from a criminal case standpoint, because being a gang member can be an enhancement for a crime. It can be an element of a crime. It can go to motive of a crime and so forth. But it's also the kind of thing that it's pretty important to answer honestly, because if you don't and you get stuck in the wrong tank with the wrong gang, that can be a real bad situation for somebody's personal safety. So it comes up a lot there, because you have to give that information. It's a coercive setting. It's not really up to you. You could literally die if you don't, in very unpleasant ways. But you also, you have that right to remain silent. So, yeah, don't get to use that. They can ask you that for purposes of making sure you're going to be safe in jail, but they cannot then turn around and introduce that against you in your criminal trial. So Fox asks him about having a weapon, if you have a weapon, and Luigi says he's got a jar of peanut butter. He told Fox about having a pocket knife in his pocket before Fox found it. So that's something that the defense is bringing out to highlight. Not dangerous. He's being forthcoming with you. You didn't even know. He could have surprised you with this knife. Could have surprised you, but he didn't. So according to Frye, he's being detained at this point. He's handcuffed behind his back. The knife that he has, it's not illegal. It's not an illegal knife. It's not like too big. It's not a switchblade. It's nothing like that. It appears to be a folding, almost Leatherman type of utility looking kind of knife. If I were going to guess, blade is somewhere between 2 and 3 inches long. It's not a massive knife. It's a very standard, utility knife. So somebody says, move it to the table. Asks so it would be out of his reach. That objection, there's an objection to that, which is overruled. And Frye says, well, I'm not sure why I was told to move it to the table. I just did what I was told. He doesn't know much. He doesn't know. He's just there to do what he's told. But it was, in fact, further away from Luigi at the point that he moved it. Then we see Chris taking the picture. He's asked, what state do you have an ID at? And he says, Maryland. He respells his last name to Fox, because Fox, quote, I can't read his writing. Correct. Frye's writing is atrocious. They call in a correction to his last name. And so they just walk through that to reiterate that Luigi had always given his information correctly, but it didn't come back the first time. And that was not Luigi's fault. That is because somebody called it in wrong, apparently because of how sloppy Mr. Frye, Officer Frye, writes. So now Thompson is present. We are up to 12 cops who were there. Wasser is here. Some other patrolmen, a couple other guys. We're up to 14 officers now. So now we get into the details. How many police officers does Altoona even have? They have 80 total. It's broken up into 3 shifts. And so asked about how many are on shift, he couldn't say, but now he just goes ahead and volunteers. All of the patrolmen assigned to the street that day were there. Every single patrolman who was assigned to be out on the street that day was there inside that McDonald's. Showed up. Every single one of them. So helpful. So helpful to the defense. What a nice guy. This little dog, this little puppy, he needs a little pat and a treat because he is doing a very good job for the defense. And he is going to be getting retrained as soon as he gets back with his owners. So we have a recess. We have our afternoon recess at this point. And when we get back, now the judge, see, it's a little late in the day for this, but hey, I guess better late than never. The judge says, you guys, this is going a little longer than I thought. And I don't think it really helps your argument to go through all of the body cam with each witness. This isn't the trial. I've seen it. He's telling them, I don't need to see this all over and over and over again. Could you get to the point? Might have been you could have maybe said this yesterday. You could have said this a long time ago, but he has let the prosecution and the defense go through everything multiple times with Detweiler. He let the prosecution go back through it with Frye. He's let the defense go all the way up to the recess, back through it with Frye. Now is finally the point where he's like, you guys, I don't need this. We're wasting time here. It falls on deaf ears because they just continue. They just continue with what they're doing. So we go back to the body cam. We see Luigi asking, can I ask why there's so many cops here? Now that we know that every single patrolman assigned to that shift out on the street was there at the McDonald's. Can I ask why there's so many cops here? He doesn't get an answer. He's now being put under arrest. He's asked anything in the bag I need to know about. And then asked what he said. The answer is, I am going to remain silent. So multiple times now, Luigi has been pretty explicit. I'm invoking, not telling you anything. They didn't ask specifically about, do you have a gun in here? Do you have a weapon in here? Do you have a bomb in here? Do you have anything dangerous in here? Anything that could hurt me? So nothing that is specific to what they are claiming is their suspicion. So at this point is where they're saying Luigi is about 2 feet away from the backpack, but this perfectly agreeable by now police officer agrees that that's because Detweiler had pulled him forward and put him in that position. He had not asked to be there. And despite them moving him closer to the backpack, nobody moved the backpack further away. And none of this was Luigi's choice. None of it. It was entirely in the control of the police officers the whole time. So, something we see the part of the video where now Wasser is handing something out of the bag over to Miller. I had seen this during Detweiler's testimony, but really couldn't tell what it was. He doesn't know. They ask if it's the passport. He doesn't know, but he agrees. No, it doesn't look like a weapon, doesn't look like a bomb, doesn't look like anything like that. So then Trent apparently is on the video saying, oh, why don't we go through that back at the station? Saying that to Wasser and Fox. Like maybe we shouldn't be searching this backpack here in the middle of the McDonald's. This is what, according to the reports, is said after Wasser discovers the magazine. But it doesn't look like that was a magazine that she pulled out. So maybe we should go through that back at the station. This, once again, really undermining the safety concerns there at the scene. If you really think there's a bomb in there, you're going to make sure. Because bombs, can go off. Bombs can be like on a timer. Bombs can be remotely detonated. You're going to make sure it's not there. Why would you be suggesting, hold off. Let's just go ahead and go through it back at the station, because it's not really a safety consideration. So then we see 10 o'clock and 55 seconds where they are taking Luigi out of McDonald's, and there are Wasser and Fox still back there searching the backpack after Luigi is out of the restaurant and no longer in any sort of grabbable distance from the bag where he might be able to get to it and do something dangerous, yet they are still searching, despite the exigency no longer being present. We turn now to McCoy's body cam. We see Wasser putting on her gloves and doing the search of the bag. Trent saying, "Why don't we take it back to the station?" Wasser is laughing while she's searching. It's not clear if they're chit-chatting. Somebody says something to her, but she's laughing. They're bringing that out because, she is the one who ostensibly is looking for a bomb, claiming to be looking for a bomb. That doesn't really seem like a very lighthearted, haha, funny type of situation. If you think there's a bomb, you're probably going to be a little anxious about it. Behavior not lining up with the explanation. We see Fox at this point trying to cut something open. We also know from the report there's a folded up piece of cardboard or piece of paper that they cut open and turns out to contain like a drive, a mini drive, computer disk. Not a bomb in there, not a gun in there. What's the risk in this tiny little cut up piece of paper? Again, making it look like this is about an evidence search. This has nothing to do with concern for safety. You would be, going through the big picture stuff, the 10,000 foot stuff first to make sure there's no freaking bomb, if that's literally what you're concerned with, before you're cutting open little pieces of cardboard to see what kind of evidence is in there. We go back now on the drive to the station. He concedes, yes, there was an issue with trying to locate Luigi's passport. From what he was saying, it was in a bag somewhere. Wasser is right there in the backpack with the backpack. She's got it set kind of on a folding chair in the hall of the jail. She says there's a weapon. We go back over again the inventory search procedure and confirm that, yes, they do in fact have this procedure. So then we revisit a series of the photos that were shown, some of the photos that were shown during the direct examination, a photo of the jeans that he was wearing. And now the defense points out there's a blue sticker on here it says NYPD. It says NYPD on this sticker. And so, is it normal for, NYPD? Does Altoona normally put NYPD stickers on their photos? And, where are these photos from? And this Officer Frye has not yet learned, don't guess. Don't guess. It's okay to not know. Sometimes it's much, much better to not know than to guess and be wrong, because he does guess almost certainly wrong at this point where he says, oh no, those photos are part of the inventory search. So what, is New York there doing the inventory search, or are you collecting this for the benefit of New York and marking it for them for New York? Now, the reality of the situation is almost certainly Altoona took their own set of photos, which was the first series of exhibits that we saw. And then once Luigi was transferred over to New York, they sent the evidence over to New York, and New York independently documented it themselves. Very simple way to answer this question would be, what's the metadata for these photographs? That would tell you what was the date when the photograph was taken and potentially the time as well. And then you would know, is this the same time? Is this, 10:10-ish, 10:15-ish, the morning of December the 9th? If not, then they were probably taken later. But that never got sorted out. Instead, we just have the Officer Frye, Patrolman Frye, saying, nope, these photos of the NYPD stuff are taken as part of the inventory search. Guessing very wrong. The only reason why this matters is because it's going back to that whole issue of the agency. And what were you really doing here? Were you acting independently as Pennsylvania police officers such that your Pennsylvania law should apply? Or are you just acting as agents for New York? He doesn't know this. Nobody really expects him to know this because he's not a legal expert. But he guessed, and he guessed wrong, and he guessed in a way that is pretty damaging to their position, because if this doesn't go corrected, it makes it look like, at the very least, there is some kind of agency coordination type of thing happening with NYPD. He says he wasn't there when the pictures were taken, so he doesn't know if the NYPD took the pictures, but potentially they did. Potentially they did. Well, yeah, they probably did. Potentially the Altoona Police Department took it with an NYPD sticker. Maybe they did, but he doesn't know. You just say you don't know. You don't guess. You don't guess. You just say you don't know. This is just getting worse and worse. Asked if it's part of Altoona Police Department procedure for the NYPD to take pictures, take inventory pictures, or to have Altoona police take pictures for the NYPD? No, that's not normal procedure. Very clever lawyering, finding an opportunity here and pulling it out. If the guy's going to be dumb to your advantage, then you're going to go ahead and lean into that. It's just one of the ways to spot a good lawyer. You have an outline, you have a plan, but you don't have a script. You're able to respond on the fly to the opportunities that present themselves. This was probably, a fishing, a little bit of a fish to see how's he going to react. He doesn't seem real smart. How's he going to react to this NYPD sticker? He's been super compliant so far. What's he going to give me if I just ask him about this? And it paid off. Paid off. He did not know how to handle that at all. So now we go back to Frye's body camera, and somebody, I think it's Frye, is saying, "Did you catch everything of an evidentiary nature?" And he concedes, yes, he did indeed say that. That is indeed what he said. They're searching for evidence. Did you catch everything of an evidentiary nature? We know they're looking for evidence. And we know that because we know they were looking for the shooter. And you're not getting there just because he looks like the guy who had a mask on. He agrees, concedes the inventory search is just so the defendant can't say that something is missing. But sometimes they come across both evidence and other articles. And so they have to list the item on the inventory, whether it is evidence or not. He asks if the APD guide, their police department guide, says to focus on matters of an evidentiary nature. He's not sure what that means. But he then apparently concedes that, yes, his concern at this point was what was evidence. What was evidence? I think this is going to matter because I think if they did in fact do an inventory and take a list, we got to know what's on that list. That's probably going to come in with Homan. We got to know what's on that list because he just told us you got to list everything. And I'm going to go ahead and bet right now. I'm just going to lay down my marker, my prediction, what I think is going to happen. They didn't write down any of the evidence stuff. They didn't write down anything from the backpack because they didn't do that as an inventory search. We already know they didn't. They didn't comply with their policy. What they did as an inventory search was the stuff they took off his person. And I'm willing to bet right now that's what we're going to see. That's what's on their list. And I think that might screw them. It really might. So we go back to the in-depth search. He concedes straight up, yes, that's a strip search. Nice euphemism you got, in-depth search. It is rare. He does not ever recall doing one for a forgery arrest before, calling out that you're treating this different. This isn't really about forgery. This is about New York. He doesn't know anything about New York search and seizure law. He knows Pennsylvania search and seizure law. He does know the limitations of the search incident to arrest under Pennsylvania law. I would question that. Frankly, I'm willing to bet he probably doesn't, but they didn't pursue that in any great depth. So overall, he spent about 45 minutes to an hour with Mr. Mangione. He was never belligerent. He didn't argue. He didn't fight. He never opened his backpack, didn't reach for his backpack. He never reached for his pocket knife. He, in fact, told Fox about the knife after Fox had missed it in the frisk. And in fact, he was so compliant on December the 9th that when he was in the intake and his ankle was shackled, he was allowed to have his handcuffs removed because he was not combative the whole time. And bottom line that he agrees with, he had no safety concerns about Mr. Mangione. He had no safety concerns. That's a pretty strong finish right there for the defense, because that has just blown up. That has blown up exigency. It's blown it up. So, is that definitive? Is that definitive? Does the judge have to accept that? There's a lot of ways the judge can go with all this. And hate to kind of always come back and harp on it, but a lot of it just depends on how he wants to go. If he wants to suppress this, Frye gave him just about everything he needs to be able to do that. If he doesn't want to, he can just say, well, there was conflicting evidence because Detweiler said other things, Frye wasn't credible for whatever reason, because he's a rookie. He doesn't really know. The other people are in charge. They can find ways to handle it. But Frye gave him everything that he would need to be able to say, no exigency. You never had security concerns about Luigi. You never had security concerns. So there was no exigency that justified a search incident to arrest. This was always about the New York shooter. So we're applying New York law, not Pennsylvania law. And this was not an inventory search because you told us what the policy was, and that's not what you did. And you conceded you were interested in evidentiary stuff. This is all he needs. And that's why, guys, I don't know why the state called this guy. You're really, I mean, if you absolutely have to call him, you keep this so tailored to just the stuff you can't get in through anybody else. Because this prosecutor sat down with this cop and went through these questions over and over and over. Multiple times they did this. So this prosecutor is not a young man. He's pretty good. He's pretty competent. Pretty effective, been around the block. He knows this cop ain't built for this. He knows that. What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't know, man. Maybe this is the problem with not editing. Treating this a little bit too much like just a rehearsal. I don't know, but that really, really backfired, because if the judge wants to grant these motions, he got everything he needed from Patrolman Frye to be able to do that. So we go to redirect at this point. We go back to when the defendant is now under arrest, and what obligation do you have regarding the search of a person when they're under the arrest? He says we have to inventory every piece of property on his person. And that's distinct from the evidence. And the officer in charge decides what's evidence and what's personal. So, now the prosecution, they're trying to do some damage control here, trying to undermine, well, what he says doesn't really matter. And it's going to be other people's calls, and he might be wrong about stuff anyway, etc. So when they removed the clothing, he believed that it was personal property and not evidence. Why does that matter? Because, quote, see the Lowe's bag? Yeah, I do. That's their excuse for why they stuck his clothing in the Lowe's bag. Because he didn't think it was evidence. He just thought it was personal property. Well, this definitely says a lot about these cops' ability to spot evidence, right? Doesn't occur to you that the suspect, you think this is a New York City shooter, and it doesn't occur to you that the clothing might have trace evidence on it that might be important. Doesn't occur to you that the McDonald's wrapper and napkins, stuff that he wiped all over his mouth and has his hands all over and probably has saliva and stuff like that, might be evidence. Nope, doesn't occur to any of them. These guys could not spot evidence if it was as close to them as they're saying Luigi was to that bag at the time of his arrest. He put the clothing in the Lowe's bag because he didn't believe it had any evidentiary value. The clothing didn't have anything to do with the false ID. Now again, the prosecutor's trying to redirect him towards, like, I swear some of this had to do with the Pennsylvania charges. It wasn't all New York. It had something to do. So that's why we treated the clothes as personal property, because they didn't have anything to do with the fake ID. And his expectation was that they would go up to the jail with him. So at some point, NYPD showed up and all of the property went into evidence. It got turned over to some other patrolman, and doesn't know who it was turned over to after that. He doesn't have any knowledge of what has value, evidentiary value for the New York City shooting. Well, that's not really consistent with what he said before, was it? Because he's talking specifically about what has evidentiary value. So he's very aware. He's very aware that at least some of these cops think that some of it has evidentiary value, and they're talking about it specifically. Wasser is asking at one point what stays as far as the evidence value, and he says he was announcing what's going into the bag so that Homan would know it was inventory. Again, all of that was intended to be returned to him. What stays? I'm not sure what that's referring to. What stays as far as, what's his property versus what's evidence? I mean, this is not helping in the sense that it's making it clear you're calling out evidentiary stuff here. And the evidence is not just forgery, right? The evidence is going to the New York City shooter suspicion. Agrees he had no safety concerns in the lockup. Okay, trying to narrow that very, very damaging final concession down. No safety concerns was just in the lockup, and hey, his ankle was shackled at that point. So, but at the restaurant, he had concerns, not back at the jail when he was ankle cuffed. Nobody, remember those prep sessions, the several times they went over his questions. Nobody ever told him what to say. Yes, we know that. We know that's not how the game is played. Nobody suggested that he tell the court what to tell the court about what he saw. As far as the other available seating in McDonald's, yes, there was. Hey, look at you biting my ear. Look at this cat. This cat's a wild one. But it was Luigi that chose where he sat. They didn't have anything to do about that. There were only 2 cops there until 9:41 is when Hanley arrived. There were not 14 cops surrounding the table. They're taking issue with that because that's how the defense characterized it in their motion. Give me half a second here. I got to get this claw tornado off of my back here. Look at you. Look at you. My goodness. Hey, sweetie. Here you go. I'm going to feed you to the dog now. I'm going to feed you to the dog. There you go. Here you go, sweetie. Oh, hey. That was a little more dramatic than I intended it to be. I swear the dog didn't actually eat her. Just had a fun little chase there. So the defense had characterized, the circumstances in their motion as, 14 cops surrounding the table and so forth. He's trying to minimize that. In fact, they were in various locations. They were inside, they were outside, they were all around the McDonald's. There was no point where all 14 of them were surrounding the table. I mean, okay, dude, I guess if you think that's the point that matters, all right. So then we go back to the can I ask why there's so many cops here? And the prosecution asks if that was after he said, send a couple more cop cars. They're going to come back to this on recross. After he said, send a couple more cop cars, because he didn't say that, but the way the prosecutor characterized that kind of fed him that characterization of it. So Hanley was the highest ranking on the scene, then Burns, everyone else was inferior. Let's, really try to hammer home that this guy don't know shit. Okay, judge, don't pay attention to anything this guy says because he's been a train wreck. He doesn't know anything at all. I don't even know why I called him. Everyone else is inferior to Hanley and Burns. So let's just go with them. I wonder how many rehearsals you've had going through their questions with them before. So for 17 minutes, Luigi sat there with the knife in his pocket without telling anybody that it was there. I'm not sure why he needed to, but that's a point. Asked if he's aware that New York Police Department took some photographs. No, he's not aware of that. But the New York City photographs are fair and accurate depictions of what he saw. This was kind of the prosecutor's mess up. Like, I don't know why you thought you needed all this in evidence anyway. He thought he needed it in evidence. He thought he needed it in through this guy. He wants them in as fair and accurate depictions of what was found. But, the defense was able to muddy the waters with the fact that those stickers were on it. And this guy doesn't know anything about those circumstances. And he was willing to guess in a way that is not good for the legal position of the state. So they go to the photo of the pocket knife, and he asks, "Is that a butterfly knife?" And he says, "No, it's not. It's just a normal utility knife, but it is a blade. Yes, it could harm someone. Seriously, yes, seriously, it could seriously harm someone, just like any other kind of normal run-of-the-mill pocket knife." Always has the potential to seriously harm someone, but you got to get to it. You got to get it open. You got to use it. You got to have the will to do all those things. I've noticed this prosecutor, I just made a note in my column at this point because he's one of these guys. He does a lot of finger pointing. Is that the man? It's very dramatic. But he does do a little bit of that at this point. So we go back now to McCoy's body cam where he asks Luigi, "Do you have any weapons?" And at that point, Luigi did not declare that he had a pocket knife. He didn't declare it. Well, most people might not think of a utility knife as a weapon. You get to take them on the airplane now, right? Your little like nail cleaner file kind of knife. Because yes, of course it can hurt somebody, but is it going to be real super effective at it? Probably not. But he didn't declare the pocket knife when asked if he had any weapons. And this was before the point when Fox frisked him. So state is clearly trying to imply, he's trying to conceal this weapon, make sure that the police don't know he has it. And that means it's dangerous. When the passport was handed over, they hadn't received any real ID yet, confirming who he was. And so what did Detweiler ask first after asking for his name? Asked for his ID when they first got to the scene, but it was not his true ID that they got within a few moments of being there at the McDonald's. They did make attempts to ID who he was. He did, Detweiler did, Hanley did, Fox did. They all investigated that, and it was more than 10 minutes before Luigi finally said who he really was. That was the redirect. I don't think that fixed the damage. I think the best thing they got out of all this was the implication of don't listen to this guy, Judge. Wait till Hanley and Burns get here. Wait and listen to what they have to say. But I don't know if he's going to. We'll see. So then we have more recross. And the first thing that the defense jumps at on recross was the prosecutor's characterization of the send more cop cars. And he clarifies, no, he was asking, are more cars coming? This was not a directive. In fact, the way that the prosecutor had asked that was misleading. That gets objected to and sustained. But it's true. It's true. That was getting a little sharp with your tactics, leading things and mischaracterizing them. So, when things start not going so well, start to see maybe some more of the dirty trick style of stuff. Confirms he was with Luigi for half an hour. He never reached for the pocket knife. It was just a utility knife of some sort. Detweiler had frisked him before Fox did. He didn't move the backpack. Fox frisked him, told him about the pocket knife, and still nobody, guards the backpack. They move him closer to the backpack. They say they're afraid that he might have some type of weapon on him, but the frisk, Detweiler's frisk, was done to allay that concern. And in fact, according to this very compliant police officer, yes, it did defray their concerns that he had some type of weapon on him. At no point in the first 15 minutes does anybody move the backpack. And when Detweiler moved it, he only moved it about a foot away. He says he felt comfortable that he wasn't going to reach for the backpack, and he had no safety concerns about him being near the backpack after the frisk. It just gets worse and worse and worse. It gets worse and worse the longer this goes on. The more time the defense gets with this guy, the more he's willing to give up. No safety concerns about him being near the backpack blows up their search justification. And he's one of the first ones on the scene. I don't know why you didn't do everything in your power, bend over backwards to keep this guy so far from the stand, because he has been a train wreck for the state case. So then we go to redirect. Prosecutor's still trying to fix this. And yes, he concedes the backpack was like a foot away from Luigi's foot, the whole first 10 to 13 minutes, but it was also near my foot. Yes, it was also near his foot. Like that, I guess, makes it a little bit better. And maybe it would have been better to move the pack initially, but you didn't, though. You didn't. And the problem is that talk is cheap. Actions speak so much louder than words. And what you did not demonstrate the type of concern with your safety that you're trying to pitch us now after the fact that you actually had. He had viewed the video of the shooting and the death of the Brian Thompson, and he had carried that with him inside the McDonald's when he went in. And he knew that the shooter had some type of firearm on his person. There's an objection at this point, sustained. He's told to move on. Move on. We know what you're doing here. The judge gets it. Judge is so ahead of you guys. He knows what you're trying to do here. You got nothing. Just move on to your next question. He doesn't have any more questions. He doesn't have any more. The last thing he had was this trying to invoke the emotional, inflammatory, but the shooter, don't you remember that making you so scared? No, this cop, he doesn't know how to pick that up and run with it. Nope. No good. So recross, last question, but you never moved the backpack. Nope. Let's just reiterate that one final time. You never, in fact, moved the backpack, despite whatever emotional, weight you carried with you inside the McDonald's to that contact. You never actually moved the backpack. You weren't actually scared. So at this point, they're called up to the bench. You can't really hear what they're saying, but I hear the state saying Fox, McCoy, Wasser. And so it sounds like they're talking about these are the next witnesses that are anticipated to be called. So the judge says we're going to conclude today, start back up tomorrow at 9:30. That was Friday. Of course, that ended up not happening. So there ended up not being court on Friday. So here we are. They are going back into, however many more days of this motion to suppress it's going to go on. At this point, it looks like it could be weeks. If nobody is really adjusting their game plan, nobody is listening to the judge tell them, you're wasting my time. Could you just get to the point? They're going to keep doing all this over and over and over again, all this repetitive stuff. We're going to hear from every single police officer who was there at the scene, apparently, instead of just like selecting out the ones who have the important information that the state needs to establish for purposes of their motion. And then likewise for the defense, just going to dump it all out there and let the court sort it all out. So I have no idea how long this is going to go. I obviously am no longer in New York. I do not intend to go back to New York at this point in time. So I am kind of in the same ballpark now as all y'all. I'm not going to have any special insight. I'm not going to have any special details or anything like that about what is going on. So I'm going to be kind of mining the reporters, the information out there for information, just like everybody else. And so in terms of what that means, as far as, me continuing to cover this hearing, it is not my preferred thing to comment on commentary. It's just not really, it's not really super helpful. The commentary may be reliable. It may not. It may be missing important points. It may be highlighting stuff that doesn't matter. I really don't like to do that. But I also don't want to just sort of like, drop this motion and be like, there we go after this train wreck. Because now I really am, very, very interested in whether this is going to be able to be rehabilitated. I really do feel like this Frye was so damaging. He was so damaging to the state's position. And the thing is, judges are human, like everybody else, and they're going to be just as prone to form an impression. Once you've got that kind of knee-jerk reaction to, what you think about the situation, might be kind of hard to get you off it. If this is like the guy that, you're forming your knee-jerk reaction on, I mean, this is the guy that finally motivated you to call out and be like, hey, everybody, you can move it along. I don't need all this stuff. Is that kind of implicitly saying I've heard what I need to hear? You don't have to keep repeating all this. I got the point for this part of the process. There's other things I need to know, bring it up to me, but maybe not going to be changing my impression about what I've already seen. That's not going to go well. That's really, really not a good position for the state to be in. So I don't want to just like drop it and not follow it anymore. So the bottom line is, guys, I'm going to play it by ear. I'm going to just see what I can find as far as information and reports. I'm going to see if there's anything that comes out. Basically my plan is I'll watch it this week. See if there's anything that comes out, maybe just like compile anything that looks like it's particularly significant in light of what's already happened, and just talk about that. I have seen, it looks like there may be some parts of transcripts that are starting to be acquired already, and that might be available as well. So I'll keep an eye out for something like that. Transcript is definitely, gold for something like this. Still not quite as good as being in the courtroom where you get the expressions and everything, but certainly better than just reports of pieces of what's going on in the process. So because of that, I am not going to like promise you guys a specific date or follow up or anything like that. I'm going to have to play it by ear. But I do intend to follow up. I do want to see where this goes and kind of how it goes. Cause yeah, I'm pretty hooked. This is a much This is turning out, in my view, to be a much stronger motion than I really thought it was going to be when I walked in. A lot of times, motions to suppress, especially it's a murder case. You do a lot of things pro forma just because you do. You have to. It's the issue is evident from the report that there might be something to sort out here, but you rarely win these because the bar really isn't that high. The bar really isn't that high for police to do pretty much what they want to do. So when you catch them not clearing it, it's really looking like a bit of a mess here. And I have to wonder too, I mean, not to diss on my New Yorkers. I love New York. I'm not a city person at all. Like, 99 million times out of 100 million, you ask me where I want to be. I want to be in the wilderness. I want to be away from the people. I want to be in the nature, I want to be back in Cochimo Valley, down in Chile. I don't want to be in a city, but I make a very special exception for New York because it's such a great city. It really is. It's like one of the world's great cities. I've been around a lot of places. I lived in Europe when I was a teenager. I've seen a lot of Europe. I've been to North Africa. I've been to Russia. Obviously been down to South America. I've seen a lot of places, and there's not a lot of cities out there that are like New York. It's a great city, cool architecture, always something going on, good culture, so walkable. Like my favorite thing about it, you can just I like to go out and hike and trek and stuff like that, but you can practically do that in the city. Like you can probably live in New York for a year and walk a different route every single day and never cover the same distance. Always see something new. So I love New York. I'm not dissing on New York at all. But y'all know there is that little bit of a tendency to kind of see New York as the center of the universe. That's a Pauline Kael kind of perspective about, there's New York and then there's everything outside of New York. And I do have to wonder if there is the potential for maybe a little bit of that to seep into the judge's perspective of these kind of hick Pennsylvania police. To maybe expect them to not clear the bar for New York because, how could they? How could they? They're not actually New York officers. They're not actually NYPD. They're from somewhere in rural Pennsylvania. I don't know. But it just has crossed my mind. I think that's potentially a risk, that there's a little bit of an impression like that. So, Frye really did nothing to allay that. And if the judge is at the point where he's starting to form his impressions about the case, this didn't go well. Really didn't. And I just got to reiterate, this motion is critical because if this motion is granted, if the judge does decide there was no exigency here when you were going through the backpack, you're just trying to blow smoke up my ass because how you behaved was not consistent with there being any sort of threat. And by the way, once you got him out of the restaurant, any potential threat from that backpack is gone anyway. And what you did with that backpack down at the jail, that was not an inventory search. And you knew it wasn't. You didn't treat it like you didn't follow your inventory search policy with how you handled that backpack. You were looking for evidence. You stored it as evidence. You took it into evidence. You marked it. You photographed it as evidence. You documented it as evidence. You separated it out from his personal property. If the judge agrees with that and grants this motion to suppress, I'm just here to tell you this New York prosecution, the state prosecution, it's done. It's done. Because they're not going to have anything that doesn't have its roots in the search of that backpack. The search of that backpack is what got them the evidence that they needed to be able to arrest Luigi, to get their arrest warrant. It's what they needed to get their search warrants for. I mean, the big one is Luigi's DNA. You need a warrant for that. And that warrant's going to be based on what's your probable cause. The probable cause isn't just, oh, this Pennsylvania cop saw him in the restaurant and was 100% sure he was the New York shooter. No, it's based on what's in that backpack. So if that's all out, guys, if that's all out, they don't have evidence that they can use. And the state prosecution isn't going to go forward. And I got to say, I mean, maybe at the end of the day, oh, hey, you're back. Are you going to try to bite me some more? Maybe at the end of the day, that's like, that's kind of where it should be anyway. I mean, this is such an unusual situation for somebody to be, simultaneously prosecuted in the state and the federal court. Not a normal state of affairs. It's not that unusual. Like, it's not unheard of for somebody to be prosecuted in both jurisdictions, in both forums, but usually it's successive. We take our turns. So this is a little bit unusual that way. One of the things I'm looking into that I still have some questions about, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to answer them or not. But if I do, this is probably going to show up on Substack. I'm just really curious about this whole process of how New York State extradited him from Pennsylvania on the state charges. But then the feds come in and yoink him up. It's a very technical legal term, the yoinking. But they come in and they seize custody of him, so they can charge him and prosecute him and hold him in the Metropolitan Correction Center. And that is also quite unusual. Very unusual. You just don't see that, because normally what happens, again, you just take these things in order. New York has extradited him. Let them go through your prosecution. You feds, you want to do it too? Fine. Go ahead and file your arrest warrant. It sits there as a detainer on him while he's in jail, meaning as soon as the New York case is resolved, if, say, this happened, the motion to suppress gets granted, he's going to go free on New York. That warrant serves to hold him. They don't just let him walk out on the street. They call you up, tell you, hey, he's going to be released. You need to come get him. Now you can come get him and do your turn. If he gets convicted in state court, now he's serving a sentence under a conviction, and you're under what's called the the Interstate Agreement on Detainers Act. And this is just a process that, most states, as far as I know of, and the federal government are all parties to. And it just talks about how we handle exchanging custody with people in these types of situations. Because having a detainer, having like a warrant for you while you're in jail or while you're in prison, this can be damaging in ways that people don't realize. It can affect your security classification. It can affect your ability to, get employment opportunities, just other things that are supposed to be like the beneficial parts of being in prison. It can affect your eligibility for that. So it sets up this process to be able to get that resolved, so it's not hanging over you. That's just above and beyond the problem of, hey, if I say I have a 25-year sentence I have to serve, and then I got to go over to the feds and be prosecuted for murder there. I spent 25 years here unable to find my witnesses, do my investigation, prepare my defense. So that's like the normal sequence of things, right? You just put a hold on, do things successively. And they didn't do that here. It seems quite unusual what they've done in this situation. And I don't have a great sense of why, other than just seems political. Seems political in the same way that I keep bringing up to Carlos Brown, the guy that's accused of murdering Irina Zarutska down there in North Carolina, prosecuted by the state court, right? Appropriately, should be. Would be expected. But we get the same old song and dance with a big announcement, a big press release by the Attorney General Pam Bondi. We're gonna come get him. I mean, there's no place in America for, whatever. I don't even remember what the statement was, but announcing the feds are going to come after him too, and in fact they do, and they filed charges. But what haven't they done? They haven't gone and yoinked him out of state custody so that they can simultaneously prosecute. They're doing that one the much more normal way, looks like anyway, where they're going to wait their turn. Wait for the state to be done with them. And then you'll do your own prosecution. So why the difference? Why the difference? I just don't know. So yeah, I'm gonna look into that as much as I can and try to get some more information about it. I don't know if there's like a there or not, but it bothers me. So keep an eye out on Substack if you're interested in something like that. Guys, let's see what you have had to say. Jimmy ICU, I had jury duty Thursday and Friday of last week. If I'd known you were in New York City, I'd have bought you lunch. I think I was dismissed after voir dire because I had worked with the city agency being sued. Yeah, that'll get you pulled. No question. Well, thank you for that, Jimmy. I do appreciate the offer. I have to say it was not a particularly good visit for like meeting up. There were a couple people that I thought about, like, ooh, maybe I should reach out to that person. In fact, before I went, I had reached out to Joe Neerman, good logic, Joe. He said, touch base with me when you're in the city. And I just never did because things got chaotic very fast. I know Melanie Little is in the area. Mark Betterow, of course, is there. This just was not, I'm sleeping outside, like this is not really a great opportunity, for doing the meetup, but I definitely do appreciate the offer and the kind thought. Very much appreciate it. Hey, if there is a trial in this case, there's certainly another opportunity to go back and try again. I think if that does happen, I'll probably try and get a press pass this time. Don't know if I qualify, but we'll give it a shot. So that will be a stay tuned on that one. But thank you very much for the offer. Lucy Fair, thanks, Andrea. Such a treat on a Sunday. Hey, who needs football, right? It's football. We can be here talking about obscure legal stuff. Why not? Cause Mooks 2, thanks for this recap, Andrea. Well, thank you very much for being here with me. I appreciate the interest in it. Claude Simeon, if gave fake name, no ID, probable cause to arrest. So this seems like no under Pennsylvania law. The way that their giving false information statute works is that it's only after you've been warned you're under official police investigation by a uniformed police officer, yada, yada. It's only after that warning, if you give the false information, that the crime has been committed. And so that didn't happen here. Once they gave him those warnings, he gave him his real name. So if he had never given them the ID, yeah, I don't see that they have PC to arrest. Frankly, if he had just given them his real name from the start, I don't think they have PC to arrest. For what? I don't see it. I think that was the mistake that Luigi made, the mistake that set everything in motion to where we are today, was the identification, the self-identification as Mark Rosario. And it was just, that was not well thought out. That was not a good plan. This implies to me somebody probably not particularly familiar with the criminal system, the criminal justice process, and all that. Because if Mark Rosario was the ID you used in New York, you never use it again. Like, you would never use it again. Keep yourself so distant from that ID. But he didn't. And that's, ultimately what gave them the link, even just in terms of their suspicion there at the scene. Remember when they have that second conversation outside, Detweiler Hanley, and he's saying that's the ID the guy used to check into the hotel. They got that information from New York. It was Mark Rosario. That was their first like solid circumstantial link, not just, oh, it looks like the guy. I'm really sure, guys, pinky swear. No, they had actual circumstantial, oh, that guy was Mark Rosario. This guy was Mark Rosario, New Jersey license. Circumstantial link that that's the same guy. That might have been enough right there. I Love Pussycats is a YouTube member. Welcome. Welcome to the channel. I Love Pussycats. Hi. Thank you again for doing this and educating us. You are so hot and smart. You're so needed in this space. I love you. Happy holidays. I hope the kittens are doing good. Well, thank you so much. You're so kind. I'm not feeling so hot at my age after this time out on the streets. I got to tell you, I was definitely the old lady in the sleeping outside crew. You know, it was kind of fun, you know, for what it is. It's definitely adventure. One of the reasons I said at the very beginning why I got interested in this case in the first place is I was really interested in the Free Luigi phenomenon and kind of what's behind that. Is this just some, you know, fangirl like Jokar Sayarnev kind of got, you know, just, oh, he's cute and we want to look at him kind of stuff. And there certainly is some of that. But there's also a lot of, you know, yeah, just real concern about the process and about the fairness of how he's been treating. I heard a lot of comments about, you know, the sense that he's being singled out, he's being treated differently. That seems pretty unarguable to me. He is being treated differently. You don't see these simultaneous, you know, prosecutions like this going on. It's not unheard of that the feds will jump in when they have death penalty, you know, authorization and a state doesn't. That's not particularly unheard of, but it is rare. But then there's the, why is this a death penalty case at all? Anyway, I got to say, I got a lot of sympathy with that view because, to me, it seems like, I mean, the death penalty is supposed to be reserved for the worst of the worst murders, right? It's not just for any murder. It's not the routine punishment. It is to single out the worst of the worst. And I have a hard time looking at this, seeing it as the worst of the worst. The justifications that are kind of put out there are, well, but, you know, it planned it and it was targeted and, you know, cold-hearted and stuff like that. But I would just ask you, how really different is this from any random targeted shooting that has happened in any gang related area, you know, on any particular weekend in New York? I got to think that there's dozens, if not hundreds, of rather like this, if not worse, situations where a target is selected and the approach is planned and the hit is carried out. And those are not death penalty cases, guys. I hate to say it, but they're pretty routine. And so it does, to me, kind of look like a situation where, I mean, we're not saying that the reason is because this victim is more important than all those other victims, but it kind of sure seems like that's what the underlying message kind of is. And I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. You know, there's no reason to to single out one particular case like that for worse treatment just because you know, just because this guy's a CEO. It doesn't make him more special. Just because people are gunned down, you know, in the bad neighborhoods doesn't mean their lives aren't worth anything. So I heard a lot of that stuff, a lot of these kinds of issues from the Free Luigi people. And it honestly, I came away from it with like a lot more hope, I think, that I maybe had when I started, because a lot of them, you know, are, like I said, quite a bit younger than me. Maybe not your conventional true crime type of audience. But everybody has an entree into, you know, if you're interested in the criminal justice system, in the legal system, there's, something got you interested. And so I feel like that's potentially where we're at with a lot of folks in the Free Luigi movement. Is they have, this case has caught their attention. They see that it doesn't look right. They don't necessarily know a whole lot about, the bigger picture and the systemic issues and things like that. But this is how they're going to learn. So all in all, I have had a pretty good view of all that, but definitely don't feel so hot compared to a lot of those young girls who are there showing up for Luigi. Just put that out there. But thank you so much for your very, very kind comment. Torin, braid is done. Finishing the fringe Monday, 8 Eastern, 9 Pacific. Awesome. Thank you so much. I wasn't able to pop in yesterday when you were doing the last bit of the braiding. So I'm a little disappointed I didn't get to see it being wrapped up, but yeah, keep me posted on Monday, 9 Pacific. I can probably pop in for a little bit. That might be like slightly on the getting towards my bedtime end of things, but I can wait. 8 Eastern. 8 Eastern is 5 Pacific. So yeah, I don't know. We'll sort it out. Just keep me in the loop. I can't wait to see it, guys. If you haven't seen it, it's a Kumihimo braid. It's he designed it. It's got some of my fish. It's got cats. It's got boxing gloves. It's got all the Andrea things on it. I can't wait to see how it turns out. It's going to make an awesome belt or a piece of decoration or something like that. So thank you so much for that, Torin. All right, guys, that's where we're leaving Luigi at this point in time. I do want to give you guys a heads up. I've got, if any of y'all are watching the Jim Martin trial with me, guys, rewatch. This is the Christy Martin story, the movie that should have been better than it was, but just wasn't. And in my personal opinion, through no fault of Sydney Sweeney, but it was just a badly written movie. And it's such a shame because Christy Martin is a freaking beast, man. She's so awesome. And it's just such an important message. This whole experience that she went through with her domestic violence relationship with Jim Martin, because of just how it shows how this process works and how anybody, even somebody who literally punches people in the face and gets punched in the face for a living, can still be manipulated and twisted and broken down in an abusive dynamic like this. So we're rewatching the trial. I'm going to be putting out the second part on Substack today, and then out on YouTube generally tomorrow. We have also this week coming up on Thursday is the next Tyler Robinson hearing. So over there in Utah, we already know that one's going to be televised and live streamed. So we're going to be tuning in to watch that. It is, I believe, at 12 o'clock Mountain Time. But I'll set it up when I confirm that for sure. So that one is, again, it's not going to be probably a huge dramatic one, but it is a little bit interesting for a couple of reasons. One, it's going to be the first time he makes a personal appearance back in court. We've already heard he's going to be allowed to wear his civilian clothing. He will be shackled. But it's going to be, our first time going eyes on with Tyler Robinson since his very first appearance, from the jail and in the turtle suit and all that. So we'll be able to kind of see a little bit about, how he's presenting, how is he dealing with his lawyers, how does he act in court. That will be interesting. But the topic itself is going to be potentially educational from the First Amendment public access to court standpoint, because it's about the sealed hearing that they had back in October when they were talking about all the shackling and the clothing and stuff like that. They had a sealed hearing. There's a transcript of it. The defense has moved, actually both of them, it was a stipulated motion, moved for that transcript to be sealed. The media, a couple of coalitions of media organizations have now appeared and contested that, asked for an opportunity to be heard. and the way that the Utah procedure works. Utah has a very strong presumption in favor of public access, cameras in courtrooms, stuff like that. It's a little bit unusual from my perspective to see that. But they do. So under that process now, they are going to have a hearing to go over what are people's positions on this transcript and why. The defense and the state have since very recently, they filed a stipulation that basically is agreeing to kind of certain parts of the transcript they think need to be sealed and why. So there's a document that you can find on the legal archive I've done for the Tyler Robinson case over there on my Substack. It's one of the ones down at the very bottom. But anyway, so that's probably going to be the starting point for the conversations about the sealing. In and of itself, that's not real interesting. I am just much more interested in getting a vibe check on where we're at with transparency, where we're at with kind of the battle lines are being drawn. The very fact that they're filing a stipulated, concession really down from we think the entire thing needs to be sealed to okay, we think these lines from this page need to be sealed for this reasons. That already seems to be a pretty big attitude shift in terms of the public's right to see what's going on in that courtroom. So the media is going to be there, their lawyers are going to be there. See what they have to say, see if there's any kind of clues we can get as far as the judge's attitude and where things are going. My read on it so far has been pretty favorable. The judge seems pretty bullish on transparency, which is exactly where I want him to be, where exactly I think he should be, especially a case like this. It's got so much speculation out there, and the information void is itself potentially more damaging to the fair trial than just knowing what's going on. So that will be upcoming on Thursday. That's about it in the short term, guys. So like I said, I'll keep watching Luigi and see if I find a way to kind of meaningfully contribute something. But I don't want to just like get on here and read tweets, if there's something to follow up on. I kind of want to be a quality ad to all that. So I'll just play it a little bit by ear and see what I see. Me3124, thanks for this. You're a badass. Well, thank you again for being here with me. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate everybody's interest in the system and in fairness. In many ways, it's a conservative type belief that I have, that I think our institutions are really important. These are how we are able to function together as a collective, as a society that has some trust in each other, that we can rely on, instead of having to go out and pursue my own vigilante justice. I want to be able to rely on the police to do the right investigation and to care and to find the right people and to do it responsibly and to bring them into court and for the courts to treat them fairly. These are things that our society is really foundational to being able to function. And we have lost so much faith in so many of our other institutions. We know that the politicians are rotten to the core. We know that the press has kind of sold its soul as far as it's just become kind of part of the narrative production machine. It's bought into the political narrative construction dynamic. We don't rely on it anymore as a source of just impartial factual information. So that doesn't leave us a lot of institutions, a lot of things that we have in common that glue us together as a society. Doesn't leave them with a lot of those left. And the courts are such an important part of that, in part because, they are really our interface with the government system as individuals, both because we look to it for our personal justice when we're the victims of crimes, when our family and friends are victims of crimes, but we also participate in it directly when we're called in to be jurors and to pass judgment on somebody who's being accused of something. So it's so important for the courts to maintain that integrity. Not sure how well they're doing, at this at this point in time. But it matters, and being able to see it and to care about what's happening and monitor it and call it out when it goes wrong and talk about what the problems are when there are problems. I think these are really important processes that we don't always think about as being, part of civic responsibility and in democratic government and so forth. But I really do think they are. The courts matter a huge amount. So thank you all for your interest that you show in this case. Thank you for sticking with me when it's football Sunday. And I know there's games going on now. There's a lot of games going on now. So you've chosen to prioritize this, and it speaks a lot to what matters and what you care about, and we share that. So I really do appreciate that. With that, guys, I don't know about y'all. It was freezing cold when I left New York. Like I said, it was, I think it was like 20 something, maybe 28 degrees on Friday when I left. But it had this wind come through, that just biting cold wind. Like, I'm sure a wind chill, was taking that way down. It's much nicer here. Gonna probably get my dogs out for a little walk, maybe let those cats chew on me a little bit as they seem to want to. So do take some time for yourselves the rest of this Sunday, whether it's a beautiful one where you are, or a little bit of a more chilly, curl up inside with a blanket and a good book and a cup of coffee or something like that. Just make sure that you are taking that time for yourself to recharge for the week that is coming. So thank you guys so much. Once again, appreciate you joining me, and I will see you next time.